No time left. Jax has managed to cross over. He'll survive this, but... So that should have been much more convincing for G2. How it started. We're not that close to the end of the game, or the end of the half, excuse me, that G2 can't be screwed over on money, but with how the rounds have been going so far, I wouldn't have too much faith. I mean, Copenhagen Flames need to bring this up to at least 6. For that to happen, they've got at least one more buy round after this one between them and that goal.
Yeah, it is D2, so as you said, 6 is normally a decent score. It's a map that really can flip either way. It can be slightly favored to the T's or the C's, depending on the matchup. Right now, G2 definitely looking like the much more favored team. I mean, Kenny S just taking that long spawn, dropping Farlig early on, who has been a very impactful player in the rounds that we have actually seen Copenhagen Flames winning. So that's a massive loss for them to suffer this early on in the round. And G2 again just taking that short control immediately. Long being given up as well by the CTs. So in theory, with how much time there is left, they could also go back and get that at some point. Have the pincer in towards that A-bomb site. But I think for now we may just see them slow it down a little bit. Waiting to see if Copenhagen Flames are going to try and make any plays. They are in a tough spot. Refresh, unfortunately, not connecting that op shot. He may have some more opportunities quite soon. Huxley does find the CT spawn. I believe that was. The flash in, though, allowing for Hunter to return the trade. And there's still 2 players over towards this B-bomb site, so that is a pretty big positive here for the CTs. And it's Queenix again who's able to find themselves that one from the window. Slowing down this push for G2. It looks like they still want to favor around mid. Especially now as they've lost the short control. This is a big issue. They might want to move back in this direction, but Nadios may not be expected. Oh. Oh no, he's been spotted, yeah. Here, of course, Nexeter jumping up on the box, or rather, Kenny S jumping up on the box, and then Nexet to his side just had a free kill. All on Queenix, rotating in behind short pretty quickly, so he may be able to catch one potentially. Drop it to the one-on-one. Bomb is being planted now and should be put in place easily, yeah, indeed. So very difficult to push now. That nade does a small bit of damage, nothing too substantial, but it does help out for the 1 M4 bullet to the head to be effective. A kit available, a flash as well. Kenny S right now just playing up close to the smoke. Is already tagged. Actually has his pistol in hand. Fortunately for him, Queenix had his knife out, almost able to get the M4 back, but not quite in time. Was B-hopping around, seeing if he could matrix those bullets, but it didn't work. 9-3, G2 managed to pick up another gun round, and as we can see, without any weapons being saved, the economy is in tatters right now for Copenhagen Flames. They can just about scrape together to buy on 2 players. Other than that, though, we're going to see a few FAMASs having to come out, and very few nades.
Oh, it's very unfortunate for Queenix jumping down, presuming he was on long. I like the adaptation from Copenhagen Flames. They're not seeing any early long contact, so they decided to just completely concede it. Realizing that G2, whenever they've pushed A, they've been coming almost exclusively through short, and whenever they've gone B, well, they've at least taken short as well and gone down into CT. So they play on site, 1 in CT and the 2B after losing that opening duel with Farlig. But as we saw, that didn't matter. Some unfortunate mishaps in the 2 versus 2 to give it away. Now it's still a full buy, but the end of the tether, the last bit of economy, bit of money that they've got. The CT side have got an AWP on Farlig that they went early down towards short with to try and peek into tunnels, but didn't get there quite in time. Hunter was already at the Xbox. Now jumping up on top of it and seizing some short control. Copenhagen Flames are starting to go back over here. Farlig posted on the corner and looking to take the duel. As Hunter comes around, he's got support in case he gets rushed down. Refresh to tuck up closer. We can cover the retreat. He's been spotted, actually. Now they kind of want to fall back. Farlig sticks around, and he gets a kill for it.
Oh, is he going to go back into the angle? Nah, not quite. We're just holding the weight and see if anyone tried to actually chase that one up. Potentially allow for them to extend the advantage even further. But no, G2 instead going to actually focus this on mid. No split's going to be coming in. Obviously not having short, but... at least not through the CT spawn. Most of the focus will be around mid, and then 1 player left. Yes, to move forward. That's allowed for the CTs to fully focus on mid. Only now will Amanek begin to go out on towards the site itself. Will find the control, but Kenny S is extremely low, and the bomb obviously being dropped in mid. They do have to work to try and retrieve it. So this is one of the better positions we've seen Copenhagen Flames have for quite a while. Amanek spots that up in the CT spawn, but nothing that they can do about it at this point. There's 5 seconds left. And I don't think they'll be hunted down they'll hunt down and attempt to actually kill them after time, just because the CTs don't have the money themselves. So yeah, they're not going to bother with that. If they had, I would have been worried.
You see the impact player of that round, Queenix, on your screen. The brightness is a little bit low, but he's there somewhere. 9-4, 2 rounds in between the end of the half and essentially deciding whether Copenhagen Flames are in a playable spot. Getting to 6 is definitely their goal. It's what they need, as I said about 5 rounds ago, and we'll see if they manage to make it all the way. Their economy won't be great if they lose this one either. You can see the reinvestment has definitely hurt them, even.
Surprised they're moving in for this. Ideally, they would have wanted to have saved these weapons for the following round, but I guess kind of needing this round as well in order to actually come out with a half they can be happy with. That Molotov not going as deep as I would imagine it was intended. Now just going to actually block off one of their angles of attack. So yeah, immediately it has to be called back away. An op and an AK that they can carry into this next round. They'll get 2,400 into it as well. So with that, Nautilus can actually drop over a rifle that Refresh and Firelight can buy for themselves. So it's not going to be the worst buy we've ever seen. They actually can scrape together a somewhat decent investment thanks to saving over the 2 weapons. If they hadn't have, that's when they would have been a bit screwed. Though for G2, I mean, they are still a bit screwed. Technical pause actually coming in at the moment. The team speak for G2 has died.
Well, such is life. It's obviously on the same Houdini network you are, Dean.
Yeah.
Been good today.
Internet, fantastic. I dropped it twice before we started, and I think I did cut out when we were talking between maps, right?
Oh, did you? I didn't even notice.
You were the one that told me that I cut out for a second.
Oh, for a second, yeah.
Yeah.
Not quite. I mean,
didn't have a proper drop there, though. Yeah, yesterday I went to 4 times. And
on broadcast.
It was twice in the space of 1 map, I think. So it just wasn't my day.
Massive Fs in the chat at one stage.
Able to come through right now, and that's forcing the CTs. I mean, they don't want to all have to come through the CT spawn, so they're going to begin to look to move in for that short control. So ideally, you do want Hunter to get moving forward. I mean, he may want to try and stay close on short so that he can slow that rotation down, but now as they've lost the player especially, they can't really afford to do that, because if he wasn't to come out with at least 2 kills, then they'd still be in a very awkward spot. Either way, definitely are. Kenny S over towards long with the up has a good position at least to be able to play time on that bomb, and obviously with all 4 players moving in from short right now. Oh, this nade, is this going to go right down on top of them? Oh, I actually didn't see how much damage. Not as much as I expected. I think it blew up a little bit too high, but it could help out. She didn't see how much damage. Not as much as I expected. I think it blew up a little bit too high, but it could help out a bit.
Yeah, it softens them up a little bit as they move forward. The AWP, Kenny almost out of lineup. He catches one eventually, but has to back off. A 1v2, the bomb ticking away. They really want this round, but they're losing players, and he's just going to get the spam now. Not on the right, not in the middle, and it looks like he's going to get the defuse. Kenny not able to land the shots. A slightly wider angle being held on that defuse, and 5 rounds for Copenhagen Flames. It's not ideal, but they can work with it. Whether they're going to manage it or not remains to be seen. We're going to have to throw things over to a quick break, but we will be right back with half number 2. Hello everybody and welcome back to half number 2. Copenhagen Flames on the T side, starting this one out with a smoke straight down towards Xbox, and we could be looking at a very quick play towards the A side.
Yeah, trying to take this fight up on track, but Jax is in position. Surprised he manages to get 2 kills out of that. He was being shot at for quite a while. Has kept them in a really good position here with still 2 players towards this A side of the map to hold down. Kenny taps away 1. The player on the bomb site being Hunter hadn't actually shown himself up until that point either, so he's able to pop out and catch one off guard. Now leaving it all on Hooksy. Spots one player rotating in through mid. Should now know that he's moving over towards short, and with that, could maybe presume that the second player's around there too, because they will most likely be looking to work together on this retake. A nade, a smoke, and a flash available for them too. And no Kevlar for Hooksy. That nade could be massive. He moves off the bomb site just in time and has now spotted both of them moving forward. Needs that one headshot. And there it is, a quad from Hooksy. A massive pistol round for Copenhagen Flames, and one that they very much needed.
The man's doubled his kills in that round right there. First half wasn't too kind to Hooksy playing towards that B side, but evidently he's feeling it when they're on the push. Jax played a very aggressive, took a very aggressive stance in the beginning of that round. Once the smoke goes down on short, you can be pretty sure, or at least pretty cautious, of that mid play coming through. But Jax didn't give a damn. He just went out for it anyways, took the peak, and he needed to get himself 2 kills and did exactly that. This time, the Battle of the Scouts actually sees Farley come out ahead, and he has been struggling to match up against him. These mats are hit down to 34 HP, and he goes back to play on the car. A 4-man A play from G2 on the force buy, with one player who is Amanek over towards the B-bomb site all by himself.
Go forward, so that could be awkward, but he is still able to connect one shot so far, almost connecting on the second, looking to input, or rather output as much damage as he can to allow those pistols to have a bit of an easier time. And with the flashes, they've actually crossed up close now. Next in a very dangerous position where he could perhaps have some impact with his P250. You can see that he is not wanting to give any opportunities to these pistols, so they plant this safe and move back to short. But it's a 5-on-5. I mean, there's still a chance here for G2 to get something done, at least to make it a costly round.
They're smoking across, lets them to the side, but Refresh spamming away. Hunter can't hit the head, but Refresh obliges and does it himself. Another on the board with a 3k for Refresh. He is shutting this down just by his lonesome. His teammates tucked in on short and Gandalf ready to swing if they do lose control, and as time ticks away, it's looking like this won't be possible for G2 at all. No kits in play, and Refresh, he bails. He's not going to get the ace today. Good luck saving those weapons. Kaboom! As the CT side disappear, despite the frags that they had, nothing saved over. And that damage isn't too substantial for Copenhagen Flames. In a round like that, you don't mind losing 2 players to the force buy, because this is where you come into an eco. Although, I guess, because they've lost 2 players, they can't afford to lose anyone right here. Like, they're going to have to invest relatively heavily. Refresh, no money, Nodios is low, Farlig. There we go. He's low host. I was trying to, like, calculate that in my head. Is he really not going to buy anything? Like, I guess it could work out, but pretty risky. Oh, he goes in for the AK in the end.
Cutting it close. Maybe he just has, like, buy binds and just hits them as he's running out of spawn. But, yeah, I mean, still lacking a little bit himself, not having the nades like you would hope for. Overall, the buy being a little bit weaker with that Mach 10, as you said. But up against the full eco, it won't be an issue, obviously, in this round. They're going to be taking a little bit slower. They'll look to try and feed the Mach 10 of Queenix if possible, and that's what G2 will be avoiding. Ideally, they want to be dropping to the rifles, if any. One Deagle being upgraded, a nade in play alongside a flash. If these are used perfectly, there definitely could be something done in this round here for them. They are stacking up around mid/B, and again with the short control coming in, it doesn't really mean that they're going to commit towards A, but it gives them the option to do so, at least there on the Copenhagen Flames side. So we'll see what they do once they do begin to kind of scout out a little bit. Still plenty of time. I don't think G2 are really going to budge from their positions either. I don't think they want to get too aggressive unless they know that that commitment's coming in. I mean, once they do go forward, yeah, Nodio's here in lower tunnels. In theory, a player that they could potentially catch and steal a rifle away from. Unfortunately, he gets that first kill and it's not really followed up too quickly, and with that, he has been able to escape back to the safety of short.
Fading away, and Queenix is the one I would expect to stay aggressively on short, but he's already out on long, watching for their flank, so didn't look like he'll be getting any reward for his Mach 10 as G2 barrel forward. They're mollied off, and time's just going to be ticked away. Still costing them utility. You'll notice Copenhagen Flames have got 0 left, so overall they've invested a lot more into this round than may meet the eye. However, I think G2 are happy about that. Look at this, Queenix is about to be fed as well. Maybe not. They decide not to push. with the armor in play, he's not going to rush outdoors and give himself away to the CT side. There was no point in playing overly aggressive and getting taken down. Because now he can invest into an AK, and you can see that it won't cost him that much. He will still have some buffer of economy. With utility reinvestment, you're talking about... Oh, going for the AWP and swapping it over. Okay.
Yeah.
To Farley or to Nodios?
Nodios is the long spawn, so they'll give it back afterwards. Yeah, he's going to see if he can find this quick pick. There's two players looking like they'll move in this direction. Are they going to be facing it actively is the question. It is just obviously the rifle initially. The off then ready to follow up. Also with the molly going down. Yeah, they're not really looking to fight that too aggressively. The CT's just wanting to confirm that long control. But slowly but surely, Copenhagen Flames, I mean, they've got the first 3 rounds here on this half. If they can find this opening gun round, then the comeback really does become a reality. At that point, we'd likely be looking at 10-10. So this is a big round for G2. In terms of the nades that they have available, not amazing. They already have used a few early on. But for the moment, Copenhagen Flames not putting a lot of pressure really on the map. Just that molly to ensure that no one could peek the doors as they get that short control. So G2 not really being forced to use their own nade. The smoke, I believe, being thrown out towards tunnel. So they are beginning to run a little bit low. That could be an issue. I mean, considering there's still a minute and 5 seconds for sure.
The time ticking away. D2 are locked into the spot with Kenny on the car. He goes out to just check long really quickly. I think he'll be moving back to spot out short in just a moment. They've conceded all control there. The smoke will fade very, very soon. And Copenhagen... Okay, they do actually have a second smoke there. Does I'm refresh it? Quickly scan through. They've got 2 smokes if they wanted to execute up on short towards the A-bomb site, but it looks like instead they're thinking about dropping back, moving into B, possibly through a mid-split, which is where Hunter could get them into a lot of trouble. But there's going to be 3 players running out this door in just a second. He picks up the first swing for more, and Hunter with 3. He's got the AK, still challenged up close. Not good for the frag on Hooksy, but that's where Jax comes in, right up behind them. And what a round by Hunter. Great positioning. An amazing ability to follow through on not 1, not 2, but all 3 of those players.
Yeah, and fantastic control on that M4A1S there to get those 3 headshots for himself. I mean, a big round. As I pointed out, it was extremely important for G2 to get that opening gun round to find something here early on their CT side before it could start getting out of control, kind of like we seen back on Inferno. And they find that they do so in a clean fashion as well, only actually dropping the 1 player, so they have a really strong buy still coming into this round, obviously. On the other hand, I mean, the buy's a little bit weaker for at least Queenix over on the Copenhagen Flames side. He had dropped the op in the previous round, so limited to the Deagle now. I was thinking that maybe they were going to rush quickly out mid there. If they had, that would have been perfect. They have a player in tunnels as well. They could have split onto B with only 1 player, but not really going to be the case. They were looking to see maybe if they could spot someone getting aggressive around those mid doors early on. See if perhaps there was short aggression coming in too. And again, just a standard default kind of coming in from the T side. 2 players poking around tunnels though. They might look to try and actually pick up a kill with that op. I think with Farley already being tagged though, they don't really want to risk it.
Leaving out the tunnels now, Copenhagen Flames. 3 rounds between them. This is definitely a workable position to play from. The G2 slowing down on the defense, as I suppose you would expect. We mentioned before, when you've got a team that's massively favored in a series, just on an individual level, the T side is where they can come ahead. Whereas now Copenhagen Flames take these fights as a team. Although it didn't help them versus Hunter. In the previous round, Jax is going to look to stop them again. Hooked up close on the dumpster. He hears the steps. This is ambitious from Copenhagen Flames. Going out first. Queenix baited the shots, and Hooksy good to trade. They've lost a lot of health on Farlig and Hooksy because of that fight.
Yeah, but against the op on the bomb site, if they can trade this 1-for-1 even, then that's not a bad position to be in. The issue is they are kind of being slowed down here by the nades and such that are coming in. That's given time for the rotation there. You see Nexa in the spawn up close to the smokes. They're not going to last all that much longer either, so they will have to get a move on. NES just on the bomb site itself, not able to do anything. Actually gets wallbanged through the corner of the box. Refresh in the meantime has also found 1. Fortunately, Hunter again does step up for a frag on short, giving them a fighting chance here to try and at least attempt this retake, especially with that kill from Amanek. Now you see the 2 remaining players for Copenhagen Flames are pretty much dead. I mean, they're barely hanging on to life. So this is certainly achievable. Amanek closing in the distance with the op, but actually jumping up above the scope. Hooksy has the headshot, and Hunter, I mean, considering the economy that they actually have available, if he doesn't get a kill within a couple of seconds, then I was going to say he could even consider a save. But as he peeks into the op, he will go down. And 9th round being found for Copenhagen Flames. Sure, they lose that opening gun round, but they instantly return. And you can see, obviously, G2's economy off the back of that is not in a spot where everyone can afford to buy. They could maybe scrape one together. You'd see Nexa definitely on a weaker weapon. Kenny, in theory, could go for an M4 and body armor. Jax could drop him an op if they wanted to as well. So, I mean, they could scrape something together. But considering they have the 11-9 lead, I think taking that one eco is certainly the safer approach. Just focus on getting the strongest possible buy round into that next one. But we'll see what they go for.
A 3M4 is an AWP and limited utility is an option. And it looks like that's what they're going to go for indeed, swapping over the AWP to Kenny. They've got 2 M4s out already, presumably Amanek in with another, and Nexa on a pistol. It is a mixed bag, definitely. You look at even the smokes they've got, only 3 of them. They're limited on mollies. So the nades are not where they want to be. I personally would have preferred to see them take an eco in that position and come in with a really strong buy in the next. But they have all been fragging out. Maybe they believe that this is where they need to make a stop before the terrorists build up any money. There is a risk-reward there for sure. Moving in towards the B site early on, Copenhagen Flames have flashes over and a blitz out, but they're lined up inside the smoke, and he can't see a thing, but he still gets one and lights 2 players down to being 1 hit.
Goes in, actually doesn't blind them up, so that allows the return there from Nodios. And Farlig, he was holding that cross from the spawn. He was able to pick 1 player off. Kenny spending a bit of time to see if he can spot out that upper, but obviously at that point, Farlig is just like, nah, I'm going to go join up with my teammates. We see a frag then being found from those players on the bomb site, and Kenny's done, he has to back away. This gun round, this buy is not going to work out for G2, and off the back of losing this one, then they definitely do have to take the eco in the next. They get 2,900, so there wouldn't even be enough for the drops to come in. So we're very likely looking at this scoreline being tied up unless this op is saved over and can manage to pull off some miraculous plays here in this next round. Copenhagen Flames, I mean, they won the first map. Obviously, you guys can see that at the top of the screen, but if you are only joining and didn't notice that, you might be a little bit shocked. It was actually a very one-sided map as well. G2 came out looking a lot better in the beginning of this one. But since swapping to the T side, we are definitely seeing a resurgence in form from Copenhagen Flames.
Now, this is a really bad position for G2. I mean, to move back from here is going to require a lot of rounds. A lot of very non-favorable ones as well. They begin this with the AWP and pistols. That's likely going to be equalized up. Then their economy's already in tatters. Losing 1 round would put them to an eco, and Copenhagen Flames can fly away with a lot. Whereas the T's are going to be building up at least some economy. Coming into this one, you would imagine they won't lose too many players. Once Kenny S gives away where he is with the AWP, that should be pretty much the end game. Hitting the other side or dealing with him, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, right now Kenny could even be caught off guard. I don't think he realized there's already a player out. Yeah, as soon as that shot is rang off, Refresh pops out to capitalize on it. It got a little bit shaky, but he does finish it through the edge of the wall. Right now, 1 player on B. There's a player that's also coming straight through that CT smoke being Hunter, and he does get a double with the CZ. Falls back in through the smoke without even taking any damage, and delays that push quite a lot because the bomb has to be retrieved. Nexa will find, Hoopsie will find it rather. But as I said, wasting a little bit of time. It's even given the ability there for the player who's around towards A to rotate in and join up now with his teammates and retrieve some of those weapons. Oh, that flash was perfect. It doesn't get the kill, but it does some damage and finds info that there is still 2 players moving in from this position. But yeah, no, at this point, I think they just back away and save. Having a double lock setup and an AK here, that is incredible to be able to actually carry over.
Well, they're walking out of this round with much more than they came in with, that's for sure, and more than you would have imagined they would get out of it. So saving these weapons is definitely going to be the priority for them, as well as the fact that they killed 2 players. Means Copenhagen Flames don't have that cash built up that we were talking about, and no longer are G2 in that rough position financially where they're a fair bit behind. This is manageable now. And on 11-11, Copenhagen Flames tying up on Dust 2 versus G2 Esports. Call a timeout. This round has to be thought about very, very precisely. They need to know what they're doing coming into it because this is the turning point for the game. If Copenhagen Flames win it, G2 would have a weaker economy, most likely go in for an eco or 2 weaker weapons, which is still going to help out. And from there, Copenhagen Flames can really take the lead plus some. G2 Esports, on the other hand, they can't really afford to lose this. They're investing so much, even with the weapons saved over. They've got a double up setup, which can change the game massively. And they need to stop Copenhagen Flames before that terrorist bankroll gets out of control.
Yeah, thankfully it's not in that position yet. But I mean, if the rounds don't start going in favor of G2, that'll be the least of their worries once we see Copenhagen Flames getting close to the finish line. So again, another extremely important round here, as you would expect from G2. Straight through the Molotov. That was a little bit crazy by Refresh. He tried to catch the time, and to be fair, nearly did. Sadly, it doesn't work out as he goes down, and then Kenny S going to be able to immediately take down Hooksy, who did at least attempt to try and follow it up. So, I mean, they don't really get too much there for their efforts of trying to take the short control. Not only did they lose 2 players, but they also don't actually manage to obtain it. So, yeah, a really good start in this round here for G2. One that Copenhagen Flames shouldn't be able to recover. But we've seen some crazy rounds already, so who knows? Fireleague does have a small gap in the smoke as well. I believe Hunter's waiting for a flash to come in. Yeah, just playing anti-flash. It's not going to be him getting flashed and waiting to see instead if Copenhagen Flames move forward with one. In theory, he could get caught off guard because of that, but they do also have another player helping him out. Or at least did, I believe, back on the corner. Yeah, Jackson now moving in. The flash goes forward, and despite not being blinded, Fireleague was forced into the corner. I think he was slightly caught maybe by it, but he definitely wasn't full-on blind. But either way, this round obviously continuing to spiral out of control for Copenhagen Flames. And as we pointed out, the economy really isn't that great over on the T side. So losing this round could put them in a bit of an awkward spot. They may consider an eco, because as you can see, a couple players don't have the money to buy. And that is also the ideal way for G2 to get back on the board. It's to take a perfectly clean round.
Oh yeah, I mean, they've now got money in the bank, plus the ability to rock on up into this one without having to invest anything. So it should build up even further. But Copenhagen Flames, actually, they get a buyout. I didn't think they were going to go for this. I was with you on that one, Dean. I thought we're going to see a nice weaker buy from them, possibly the eco with the 2 players being low. And that's G2's position to build up the economy, but no.
High risk, high reward. If it works, it's fantastic. But if it doesn't, then they're going to be in trouble. G2 will be very likely bringing up to 14.
And G2 have already got money built up, so even winning this one for Copenhagen Flames isn't as fantastic as it could have been. It'll leave G2 in with a full buy in the next round still and fighting for it. All it does really, if they win, is stops G2 from flying ahead in the lead, right? Fiscally, that is. You need to...
take liars when they're superimposed, 'cause they wanna raid your dreams when you're alone. Falling down, you get back up, 'cause you are own, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior.
Copenhagen Flames take this one, or the game is more or less already a foregone conclusion. A 3-man stack towards B as Copenhagen Flames take aggressive mid control, and B2 have got a read on what's going on. They think it's going to be a B hit, but CBH haven't necessarily committed yet. The bomb left on top mid. They've got short control. They know they've got tunnels, and one player pushed out and tucked in on bottom mid. With a player watching for the long push and tunnels, they can go wherever the hell they want.
Yeah, they're not really in a rush to make that commitment happen, but they don't have a lot of time either. I mean, they're using some smokes here to try and bait out some presence on long. Squeeze than you probably won't expect. Yeah, the up shot fires off. It takes the attention. Jax, he doesn't have an easy kill, because he was also, I believe, maybe a little bit blinded. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but he eventually does get the frag at this point, realizing there's no one else around that position, and Amanek has spotted that they have begun to advance forward on mid, so it is going to be the split onto this stacked up B bomb site. So the CTs are in a pretty solid spot. Amanek connecting an off shot to take down that first player and somehow staying alive, actually coming out with a hat-trick for himself. I don't know how that works out from behind the box, but whatever. 13-11, we said if Copenhagen Flames were to lose that round, it puts them in a very difficult spot. G2 will very likely have their 14th round here for free, and at that point, as Copenhagen Flames do eventually come back onto the bye, they'll pretty much need to have a flawless T-side if they don't want to be fighting for an overtime. They can't really afford to drop in a round. And even here, can't really afford to upgrade any pistols, so this gives a fantastic opportunity for G2, who have already got a pretty solid economy, to bolster that up even more, and just keep it in a position where they'll probably be fine to buy for the rest of the game, or at least for a few rounds.
Well, the Flames looking to Glock this one out. Just a train through middle, looking for contact. They've been spotted from afar. And the B players know that an avalanche is about to come through. They're not getting a whole lot done from behind. They lose one. Amanek being tagged up as well, taken down. That's significant damage already done. Bomb plants. They've got an up and an AK. Hold on. This might be a much more winnable round than it looks like. Rushing through the smoke. Hunter, that's a mistake, and Farlig punishes him. AWP looking for a frag on Hooksy. He's making noise. He's telling them, don't you come in for this. You don't want to fight it. The op makes it over to tunnels. Farlig safe behind that smoke. Goes in for another AK rather than reload. Still has to reload that one, unfortunately. Oh, down goes Hooksy. They're spamming. They know where Farlig is. He catches Jax out the window, though. And the swing about to come through from Kenny S. He's got an AWP, and he's got no head. They've won it. They've lost to Glocks. Oh, no, G2. Definitely get the clown makeup on now.
Oh, God. Do you have your laugh track? I think that deserves a laugh track.
Oh, I do, actually. Hold on. That's what you get for losing. I feel mean now. But they saw the Glocks coming through mid. Both A players dropped to shoot at them. Both B players know it's coming through, and they lose. Oh, no.
That's heartbreaking. Farlig even had a chance to maybe pick one off crossing mid. He spotted two of them making their way over. He didn't see both of them. Oh, that is just heartbreaking. That has given a massive opening back into this game here for Copenhagen Flames somehow. I mean, there's still a chance, as we had said, G2 had built up a relatively strong economy themselves. But it could be run down. I mean, losing this round would leave at least one player in an awkward spot for the buy in the next. So some opportunities definitely. Copenhagen Flames can chain together a couple. They could definitely still run away and take this lead here for themselves and take the 2-0 potentially. But taking this gun round a little bit slower. Again, going back to kind of that default short control, slowing things down and waiting to see what exactly is happening with that CT defense.
I'm still shook after that previous round. I can't believe G2 just got clocked. Doubt they're going to be all too happy about that. The money on Amanek is low after that double op setup, but deploying this again, I think it's a little bit more efficient against rifles. You don't expect the same kind of 0 to 100 speed from them. 45 seconds left. Flames, they've got short control, and this pretty much siphons them into playing in towards the A side. The smoke comes down on long, on the corner, and deeper. But there's 2 players towards pit. That's going to be very difficult for Queenix to manage. He got shut down from a close play before. Kenny S on the site, mollies him out. He's got 1 player out in the open and didn't see him. Hooksy was too fast, swinging around that corner. Ferrari peeking. Queenix spots 1. The flick is good, and he does decent damage to him. The bomb planted and short control still theirs. And now, oh, that's a dangerous fight to take. Especially with the long players still being around, and I love Nodios just pops up close. He's like, yeah, screw the long players, I don't care.
What you say, Mitch? What did you say, man? That has almost forced them into a save. If Jax can get this kill from long, then perhaps they can move forward. But you can see already, obviously, Amanek had backed away towards B. The player that was initially following Jax up for that long peak is on 15 health. So Nex is like, nah, I don't want anything to do with the retake either. So they're going to have to give over this 13th round. We're going to see the score tied up. And it's mostly off the back of that previous round with the Glocks, but obviously keeping it up strong here, Copenhagen Flames, chaining together those 2 rounds. We said it was necessary. But with these weapons being saved, we'll still actually see a really strong buy from G2. So they still have to keep fighting for this one. It's going to remain competitive for the moment. If they were to win this one, I think at that point, then G2 would maybe have to take the eco. Again, though, with the loss bonus now rolling, depending on if they can save weapons and such, it probably wouldn't be an issue. And even then, they do have a bit of money. So, I mean, a tough spot. Yeah, Copenhagen Flames, they need to keep this up. G2 though feeling the pressure too. They do call in for a quick tactical pause. Only their second of the match so far. I mean, kind of makes sense. The first half was pretty much fully under their control. There was only a few moments where we've seen those stray rounds being picked up by Copenhagen Flames.
Having it tied up again after 11-11 is a godsend for Copenhagen Flames. I know that's a different org, but they're so happy to have... Like, this is a lifeline you do not get every day. Not at all. G2 should at least be leading on a, like, 14-12 scoreline at this point. Maybe even close to that 15, but instead Copenhagen can genuinely make this happen. They've got a good chance. They can win this one here. Potentially closing it out. Going out for long control early on. It's a different approach than usual, and it doesn't work initially, getting blinded. But luckily, Refresh isn't being challenged. Jack's playing a very passive angle down in the pit. We've seen this from Kenny S quite a bit as he takes the kill. And a spray from Hunter. He loses a lot of health. That nade could be good, though. Oh, fantastic.
I'm surprised he got so aggressive on that fight there. They let Jax take the first contact. They had him spot Sanone come up on top of the pit over him. So the fact that he did swing out and end up taking some damage is a little bit weird. But overall, the round's still quite easily working out for G2. They've got themselves into the 4-on-2. I'm not going to count out Queenix and Farlig because these definitely are 2 of the standout players. And right now, Farlig, if he could get this pick on B, it could be the opening that they need. Unfortunately, rotation already coming in of a second player. The Molotov leaves them completely screwed. And he did also end up getting blinded. So Queenix left in the 1-on-4. I do not have high hopes for him. And unfortunately, losing this round here is going to leave them in a spot where they do have a shaky economy onto 2 of those players. I mean, Nodios and Hooksy have nowhere near enough to buy. So in theory, they could consider the eco for overtime. But I think a buy is probably a little bit more likely since Farlig especially can get out the AWP. Here's a pause. It's coming to those final few rounds, both teams realizing how much this means.
That is a very big botched attempt on long, though. One at a time, they're getting torn apart. The spams through the smoke, the nade, but the fact that Jax is left unchecked for so long, and we've seen from Copenhagen Flames in the past the ability to throw out those aggressive long smokes, not just on the corner, but the second one swinging slightly wider, allowing them to full peek into pit, but they didn't go for it this time. And it's odd that they went for it when there was only one player, when Queenix was solo pushing out long, but when the whole team is going, they throw the one and let themselves get picked off one and again. Oh, they know they've choked. It's okay. But luckily, it's not too late. They can get CPR. That's not what you do for choking, but, you know, whatever. It works. I'm not a good person to have around in an emergency.
Just don't ask Mitch for help if you need a doctor, please.
He's got a broken leg. Give him CPR!
Farlig, though, with this up being one of the few weapons that they do have available, or at least one of the couple main rifles that they have in play, including the AK, he is trying to see if he can find some sort of early pick. Unfortunately, again, the Molotov being thrown down does actually force him off the angle. That was what nicely played. Amanek didn't want to cross over beforehand in case the op was already posted up, and by the time Farlig comes back in for the repeat, this time Amanek is prepared. So an open kill going over towards G2, as well as obviously the weapons favouring them. The op obviously being retrieved, at least they're in the hands of Refresh now. But on the back foot massively, if Copenhagen Flames do lose this round, they're going to be on an even worse investment than the next by far to try and actually fight for overtime.
G2 feeling confident. They've got a 3-man stack towards this A site. Molly down, Hooksy on the cross. Oh, wow, he gets Hunter. The op not finding the kill, but the tag. Eventually finishing Queenix off. Hooksy's low as well. And Kenny S, he's continuing to aggress. They expect it. They must have seen him jump up above that smoke. And that's a big mistake. I don't disagree with the play, but the fact that he got seen, that's what completely ruins it. Either that or Copenhagen Flames have got the biggest brains. A 2v3 now to try and recover this. G2 should just be saving.
I believe they are. I mean, money's actually pretty good. They could go for it. But obviously, then you also would be risking that if you do lose that next gun round, then you will definitely have no money in the next round. If they save over these two, they could secure a little bit of extra money. The chance of taking that 2-on-3 retake was relatively low anyway. Obviously, they weren't going at this point anymore. But yeah, they immediately decided the save was the better idea for them. So the op and the M4 carried over. Copenhagen Flames going to live with 3 for themselves. Unfortunately, I don't think Nodios can upgrade his Galil to a stronger weapon.
Saving
Big
this,
find.
saving the op is also very good because, so in a normal circumstance, they'd probably go for that with that kind of money left. But this late on in the game, and considering they like to have the double op setup out, I think it makes a big difference if you're able to save one of those forward. It minimizes your investment massively coming into the next, and you can see that.
Especially if you want to.
But that's what I mean, right? So with Kenny has taken the op out here, their money actually isn't great for the next if they lose this one. So had they not have saved those 2 weapons, if they went for it in a low equity situation, they probably lose. And then the double op setup here could come out, but they would be crippled if they lost it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, their economy wouldn't be perfect for a buy in the next round, but they have the money left over, at least some security. Obviously, their main focus being to go ahead and finish this out right now, 16-14 ideally. As we see another pause coming in here. Copenhagen Flames deciding they need a little bit more time to go ahead and discuss what exactly they're going to be doing. Their reinvestment should be fine. There was like a little line around. I don't know if they actually want to keep that in play or not. In theory, they could upgrade to an AK instead, because Refresh could buy one himself, and Nadios could too. Does he need a helmet? Oh, he'd need a helmet, so that would cost him all of his money, so I think he may stick to the weaker weapon. Other than that, though, no real weaknesses in this investment. So here we go, getting back into it. We're going to see who's going to be able to find the control and who's able to snatch away that map point first. Or in the case of Copenhagen Flames, can they reach Serious point?
Been a hell of a long road. G2 struggling on Inferno, moving on to Dust. They can't even close this one out cleanly. Again, it's one of the risks associated with picking the map. Copenhagen Flames have had the T side from heaven, winning out a full eco just with Glocks and the opening tool. Amanek getting blinded on the corner. That was a perfect flash from Farlig, proving that he's not just a good offer, but a good support as well. Bias Refresh pushing up there. He must have thought the smoke was a little deeper than it was. Luckily, Farlig is trading back. Bring the, oh no, and they're peeking with a flash out. That's not the play. Next up, 1 HP. Down goes Kenny S. Every time, Copenhagen Flames are throwing away the advantages and pulling them right back.
What the hell is happening? It's just constantly trading in either direction. Jax picks up a massive double kill that has actually pulled this round back in favor of G2. Nodios is left alone. Besides, he wants to work with the AWP. Yeah, we'll eventually trade back to the rifle. I mean, it could have depended, especially how he wants to play the after plant here. Bomb plant should be easy enough. Going to put it down for short. Having the Molotov there does at least delay the CTs from being able to rotate in quickly, but he decides against going in that direction. Instead, setting himself up to make that fight on towards Long, and it was Nexa on 9 health. He only needed 1 to the body, but Nexa just comes through and double dinks him instantly. G2 managed to get up to 15. That round was just constantly back and forth. I had no idea who was going to win it up until the last moment.
Massive miscalculation by Copenhagen Flames, though. As they went forward on short, I counted still 2 smokes in play, as Jax just stands in the open, takes them down one at a time. It completely negate the possibility of a player still being around that area, or at least of them being able to do any damage. That was their chance to close the game out. Right there, it was a 3v2. They had a utility to get the bomb site and win the round, and instead they go in, balls out, and unfortunately, chances out of winning this one. So 15-14. They've got to bring it into an overtime. They're naded heavily to start this. And this is going to be a tilt factor for Copenhagen Flames now, surely.
yeah, no, this has to be a tough spot to be in mentally at this point. I mean, the buy is weak. They've already taken quite a bit of substantial damage to kick this round off, not making it any easier for themselves. For the moment, though, I mean, with the setup, 3 players around that A bomb site, if they are to focus on towards mid and try and split up towards B, in theory, that could be a decent option. I don't know if that is the case, though. Just the Molotov down at the doors, not wanting to succumb to kind of the same stack around those doors as they did in that previous round as they move up towards short. So they should be able to find this control quite easily for themselves, at least. But I mean, with the weapons they have available, even moving up through short is going to be tough. They're really going to need that AK of Farlig to step up and find those openings for them pretty much alongside the Deagles until they close into distance, at least. With that nade.
Oh, not another one, man. They've not even seen anyone. They're just getting tagged up by utility usage on G2 again and again. The Molly. Oh, that could be good for kills, even.
Yeah, Farlig's done. Kenny with the headshot on the up, just to be sure. Molly just rattles off a shot. Next is not being checked for boost, though. He hasn't shown himself at all yet. He's just been waiting patiently and will eventually be awarded for it. 16-14. What a crazy map.
You know, even when they beat Chiefs last night, Gyro didn't have a good game. So every single player on this team, bar Valiance, like I said, is very liable to underperform and put Order in a bit of a tough spot at the moment. So that's my big issue with this matchup. I think Avant's a little bit more consistent.
Yeah. Do you have any players that you keep an eye on for Order?
For Order in particular, outside of Alistair, would definitely be Astillo, because it looks like he's always a rifler. He gets into the hyper-aggressive positions as well. And it's so interesting to see. You've got a lot of these passive players, you know, Valiance as well as Gyra. They're doing the lockdown of the main bomb site. Then you've got Ricky, who is the small site player, so he's got a big responsibility. Then you've got Alistair and Astillo that are just roaming around, trying to get the kills and trying to bring it back in Order's favor. And sometimes they go a little bit over-aggressive, so they can always get in a favorable situation. You always see Order on a 5-on-3 and a 5-on-2. Then one player just pushes a little bit too far, and that's it. They lose the round from there. So they have to be careful about giving opportunities to Avant coming into today like that, because Avant's going to take those opportunities, seize it with both hands, and win the game from there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that the question for me then is, coming into this, is it like a significant disadvantage for Order? Are they significantly the underdogs, or whereabouts are we kind of sitting as far as these two teams are concerned?
If I was to put a percentage on it, I'd probably say it's like 60-40, 65-35. You can't argue with the recent sort of run of head-to-head results. Even though I think both of these teams are very, very similarly skilled. I think both of them are, you know, you can make a case for them being a number 2. You can make a case for both of them being able to beat Renegades or being able to qualify for international tournaments. But the head-to-head doesn't lie. You're looking at the results since about the start of April, and you're saying, like, look, Avant as a roster have only been together since X amount of time. You know, the improvement from them is very, very apparent, and you're seeing the results of that in this head-to-head matchup. They're having a very consistent run of beating Order.
All right, well, let's start talking about the maps here, fellas. You know, we do see a lot of matchups between Avant and Order, so we have a bit of an idea as to how they do tend to perform. This is Avant's list, and how they look across the map pool is actually pretty solid. I mean, they don't play too much Vertigo, so we're likely to see that one taken out of the pool here. But aside from that, it seems like they're fairly strong on the majority of the pool.
Yep. I would agree with that. You know, middle of the map pool, they're doing pretty well. Obviously, you know, certain maps, it's interesting to look at win rate percentages, but again, you have to sort of dig in a little bit further as to where those stats do come from and where they're losing their maps.
I mean, what I was going to say, why Avant is really impressive on pretty much 6 of these maps is because you have normally like the more aim-based and kind of just duel-based orientated maps like your Dust 2 and whatnot. They're a team that can actually just individually win these gunfights pretty consistently, and then you look at the execute-based maps like Train and Nuke, and they are pretty good with that as well. They seem to have been getting the synergy across the board, both on the CT and T side. That's why they're so dangerous right now in my mind.
Here's Order's lineup as well, and you're going to see a fairly similar kind of a looking thing. Both don't really tend to play too much overpass. I guess the one advantage here that Order has is that they play Vertigo, which Avant does not. Aside from that, it really does feel like the map pools kind of align quite significantly.
Yeah, they do. I mean, the teams are going to have some inconsistencies. The big thing for Avant versus Order is there's a hell of a lot of these maps where Order have just been pretty one-sidedly defeated. Even if it's like a double-digit scoreline, that might be of a result of. There's been plenty of games lately where Order have been down like 13-5 and then ground back 6-7 rounds and make it look like when you go on the HLTV statistics or something that it was a much closer game than it actually was. So even on maps where Order had like a 90% win rate on Mirage or something like that, Avant's beat them like 16-7 on Mirage before, so it's not really a very straightforward matchup. Maybe there's some maps where Avant prepare very well, and what should be a good map for Order, unfortunately, they can't play to their strengths.
All right, well, I think it's time for us to dive into the map veto discussion. Now, there's not a whole lot to really break down when it comes to those first couple of bans. We've already seen out of both of those two teams' maps that we probably should be getting a Vertigo and an Overpass veto.
I'd actually argue against that a little bit because the first ban from Order, I think, is going to be very crucial in terms of dictating their mentality. Are they going to be banning Train against Avant? Yeah, look, Avant's ban, it's going to be Vertigo, right?
Yes.
But if they ban out Train, that means they're really scared. If they allow Train to go through, it means they're very confident coming to the series.
All right, well, let's go ahead and bring up the first couple of bans and see what they are going to be. It's Vertigo and Overpass anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. What I am interested to talk about here is going to be those picks. So let's bring the picks up to start things off, and then we can break that down a little bit more. Now, Kev, you were talking about Train. Take me through this one here from Avant.
Yeah, look, Avant, very confident coming into this. They've done their prep work, and you saw that in the first series on day number 2, where they just completely trounced Order. And it wasn't as if Order weren't hitting shots at the beginning. They just abused the small side. Like, Ricky just got absolutely destroyed every single time around. One round, it goes, all right, we know Ricky's doing this. Next round, they go, yep, we know Ricky's doing this, and just completely blew him away. So this is now for Order to respond accordingly. Starting on the CT side, needs to have a much better start.
Yeah, definitely. Train and Inferno both don't look like fantastic maps coming out here for Inferno. For Order, at least as far as this matchup is concerned. Last couple of times we've seen these two teams play against each other, both of these maps have gone pretty comfortably the way of Avant. So Pilsky, once we get this third map up on the screen, I'm going to give you an opportunity to have a chat about what your thoughts are. So what we're going to see is Nuke. Now, that was previously the map choice by Order in favor of Inferno, so it's not one that they're going to be too disappointed to go to, but admittedly they did also lose that one to Avant pretty recently as well.
Yeah, so Order's approach to this veto is, I mean, they're getting rid of Overpass rather than leaving it in there for the second ban for their opponent and leaving it down to the last two maps. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not sure what the reasoning for that behind that is. I feel like you're inherently going towards a disadvantage unless you're confident that Avant's going to be playing your Overpass. To sum up the rest of the veto, it really is just they, like you said, have been beaten by Avant a handful of times on a handful of these maps. So it's up to them to respond to that. They're going to have to be better prepared. They're going to have to shore up some of the weaknesses that Avant have exploited before and play a much better game and a much more consistent game with the individuals if they're going to have a chance in this series. And I think that they know that. I think you'd be crazy to go and pick a bunch of maps that you've lost to a certain opponent unless you have something up your sleeve and you're better prepared this time.
Indeed. Well, Order certainly going to have to turn the tables on Avant because the last couple of matchups we've seen between these two teams have gone the way of Avant, but maybe a chance for redemption here for Order in DreamHack Masters Spring. We're going to head to a break. Map 1 will be coming up after this.
Flashbang's affected. They have got through the smoke wall here, but Chris J, he is the final boss of the bomb site.
Now Spitty and Chris J to keep Mousesports alive. Oh, Chris! He's found 3. It's down to a 2-on-2. Chris, can he close this with an ace? Oh my God!
Can they actually close this out? Boom, Chris. Fantastic way to start, and no scopes on him himself. Absolutely saving Mousesports.
Hey, it's me, Lily from AT&T. I'm back, working from home, and here to help.
Hey Lily, I'm hearing a lot about 5G. Should I be getting excited?
Depends. Are you going to want faster speeds?
I will.
More reliability?
Oh, also yes.
Better response times?
Definitely.
Are you going to be making sourdough bread?
Oh, is that 5G related?
No, just like, why is everyone making sourdough now? But yes, you're going to want 5G.
AT&T is building 5G on America's best network. Visit att.com to learn more.
When your curtains fall, my boy, bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine, feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. My boy, bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, you're such a sad face. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie.
People try to pull me down, but they'll never ever get me beat. You can try to push me to the ground, but you know I'll never come up beat. Every day there's another way to strip me of my inner pride. Just in case I see a place of face.
Train will be map 1 here between Avant and Order, and there are a few little things that we have to get past before we do get into it. The first, of course, is the predictions from the desk here, and we'll go ahead and bring those up for you so that you can see exactly what we're thinking. Myself and Pilsky, as we generally are aligned, and we've both gone for Avant. Kev's gone and thrown his lot in with Order. I know you like a bit of a punt here, Kev, so how are you liking your chances? You know, are you feeling like you want to renege on your prediction already, or?
All I have to say is
that after map one?
I apologize to the Order management because generally I'm a curse here. I generally actually think Order can win, but I just seem to be the curse. Whenever I try to pick the underdog, they just go, yep, no. Kevin's
I mean,
wrong.
I have to agree with you, to be honest. I think Order can win as well.
Yeah.
I just think it's more likely that Avant can.
I also think Order can win. I predicted Order to win 2-1 in the upper bracket and the lower bracket final after getting knocked back by Renegades, but I flip-flopped on my prediction.
All I'm saying is, on day 2, when they asked me behind the curtains about, all right, who are you going to predict the entire bracket, right? Remember, they asked us, who do you think is going to win this from the beginning? I went, Avant's going to take the first series. I think Order's going to take the second. So I'm backing myself in that aspect there.
Sure. All right. Well, hopefully you guys out there in the public have a better idea than us. You can go to DreamHackPick'em.com and let us know what your thoughts are, and perhaps win some prizes. I hear there's some available to pick up if you get the predictions correct. And obviously, Kev, your predictions so far have been a little bit off, so I'm probably going to be expecting most people will be going toward Avant. I mean, even you've said it yourself, you seem like you've got a bit of a curse here. But look, maybe you can be that shining ray of hope. Maybe you can be the one that pushes Order through and helps them get over the line. What's it going to take for them? Are they going to have to really be relying on someone like Alistair to have a day like yesterday?
100%.
They're going to beat Avant today?
Yeah, we're going to need some. We need to see some Ali Pogs in chat, pretty much. Him activated with the AWP and just pretty much destroying Avant. The Riflers also doing some work, and them actually beating Avant's preparation. That's going to be the hardest part, because Avant have really impressed me with how much work they've done in counter-strating their opponents, and I think that's the critical key for them.
I did just see the Betway odds there. A little bit of an interesting one. Both completely aligned. 1.83 for both Avant and for Order. Seems like the bettors, at least, believe this is a 50-50 matchup. We on the desk are leaning a little bit more towards Avant, and soon we will find out who is going to be correct. Let's train the first map here, and an incredibly important one for both teams to start off with.
All right, starting with the pistol round, as Jordan's going to be taking his leave. Pilly. Or should I say Pilski now?
Oh, man, it really doesn't matter. Could call me what you want, mate. Like a bit of pressure towards Ivy to start things off here, but no full commitment yet from Avant. Just taking their time, holding the push in towards Whitehall's here. Flash onto that Ivy line gives Jar a little bit of information, but Avant are starting to walk back towards inner here. Start to have a look at some of these positions. Got a few of the CTs rotating, leaning a little bit more heavily towards CT connector. Got that one flash that Ricky can throw out. And he still is pretty close up in SL with that CZ ready for the flank. Looking like they're starting to set up this execute here, walking towards Brown Halls.
Yeah, but you can see that Order actually shifting positions with Ricky as well as Valiant. Valiant is going to be spotting this one out, and Alistair staying hidden on the site. Out comes the players as Astillo goes down, trying to push up through SL, but Offnu's not going to clear this. But Alistair, he's missed the shots. It doesn't deny the bomb plan as Offnu's aware. A 3-on-5 at the moment. Now made even worse as Sterling's making some good work with a P250 alongside with Hazard. And this round pretty much over and done with. Avant just showing that early presence and just fading away into the night with silence before they pop up on the other bomb site. What a pistol round.
I felt like Order had a decent read on that situation, You could have had Ali punishing that bomb plant. You had some players ready fast for the flank. Ustillo in SL. You had some players leaning towards CT connector. But despite all of these factors being in the favor of Order, nothing connects. Nothing sticks for them. And it's a 5-0 start for Avant in that first pistol round. Did not even look close. So now Order, after losing that initial pistol, are going to be force buying. 2 scouts looking for some damage here. Just opportunity for Ricky with the tag as Avant set up a very default sort of a play. 2 players over here towards the brown and the white halls. 2 players holding T connector. Offnoon minding Ivy. Waiting to punish any CTs who are getting a little bit too cheeky.
Oh, missed Molotov from Offnu. Gyro's pretty invested in it, though.
Man, I've got my eye on his APOC, just double smoke down inners, as well as towards Ivy. Avant throwing a lot of utility, but Alistair with that flank, only a 1-for-1. Unfortunate. Bit of a missed opportunity, but now Avant just going to pounce on this out as bomb site.
But look at Gyro pushing through Ivy as well. He's completely cleared this out, but for maybe all for naught, as now the rest of Avant going to be hitting the A-bomb site. Gyro's going to come across, but not spot out the bomb carrier. Can't really persist any further as you do have the players in hell at the moment.
decent post plants here for Avant. Got a player in SL, bit of a long range to cover with that Mac-10, but it's these two players on the bomb train, Hazard and Sterling, with the AKs to do the main source of damage.
Yeah, but Order already backing out, looking like they're just trying to save the 2 scouts as well as pistols. They will have a very serviceable buy coming into the next one to try to do a little bit more damage, but only taking a single gun away. Avant's going to be very happy with that. And I think APOC might have only had an SMG. If he had a rifle, it would have been switched out.
Very nice start for Avant so far. Not really being contested by Order. Few couple of duels that have been engaged in so far in both the pistol and that anti-force have been taken away by Avant fairly easily. Not too much contest just yet. Obviously are looking towards the scouts, towards that 1 CZ, to do a little bit of damage as well as the Deagle in a round like this. And then looking forward to that next gun round for Order.
So, once again, Ivy pressure going to be applied, and that HE grenade looks pretty good. That's an easy pick-off for Avant. Just investing a little bit of utility and getting a lot of map control as a result. And Alistair trying to duel out with the USP against a UMP, which is never a good thing.
Shooting that scout away. Valiant's getting flashed in towards T-Connector. Has a little bit of impact. Gets rid of Blitz. That's the only player in that part of the map. And the bomb is actually dropped back by the dumpster. But Ofnu, he's threaded the needle. He's found the gap in the defense. Flanking back through the back of bomb train. Sterling picking up Usillo as well. And Valiant seems to be the only source of damage here for Order, who's now being slowly surrounded by these Ts.
Yeah, but Valiant has done a very good job so far. And Ricky needs to come and assist very, very soon. You can see Ofnu, just patience right now. Valiants can't continue hitting all these shots, unfortunately, for him. As Ricky's going to spot a few players out. That's a great shot onto Hazard's little noggin.
Good crosshair placement. Bomb being placed down here now. No reason for Ricky to really hold on to this scout heading into the next round. So I would imagine that he's going to continue looking for damage. Doesn't have a kit, so if he does actually feel like it's reasonable to go for this round, he's got to speed up a little bit, but the way he's positioning himself, it really seems like the main idea here is going for damage.
I mean, if he does damage, that's going to be a good start. Shot rings out close towards APOC, as AK has been retrieved. So it looks like he is actually just going to be falling away, and that's actually quite good. I don't know where the AK was lost, the other one, because Ofnu's not really in position to find it. No, it looks like he does pick it up, so I take back my words. Both AKs retrieved and held onto by the Ts. So there's been a little bit of damage done by Order, but not too much so far. Out comes the first buy round for them, and it needs to look a lot different coming into this one.
Scout has not been kept over by Ricky. Does upgrade to that M4A4. Usually is that anchor player towards inner. And in this round, it's a good spawn for Alistair to go peeking in towards upper ramp. See if he's going to tank this Molotov and get a pick. APOC actually pushes forward through it.
Out comes the A-side hit though. 1 for 1 for now. Stillo dancing around the ladder, and he's been heard and spotted by Sterling. And so Gyra's got a lot of responsibility at the moment to try to hold on to hell. He's managed to, as you would say, thread the needle right now. Might be able to find a couple of picks here and there. And that's going to draw some attention away. But still, Avant, too good on the trades, too good on the territory cover.
Yeah, there was definitely potential for Order in that round. There still is. I mean, Ricky does have a kit. Bomb hasn't gone down just yet, so he's looking to try and 1v3 here. See if he's going to clear Ofnu towards the close right position. Too much of an off angle on top of the stop sign there for Ricky to deal with, and very clean headshot from Ofnu to close it out. Not like Order didn't have their chances in that round, although the initial picks were very clean. This 1 for 1 from Avant, and this follow-up kill from Sterling. Nice 2 entries with the AK. There might have been potential for a Gyra there in the mid-round to get a couple of kills, and then the rotations come in from Ricky and Alistair, and all of a sudden, maybe we're talking about a round, but missed opportunity.
As Valiant's doing some good work once again with the Deagle, but it's just not enough as Avant just It just seems like they've got a read of the situation once again. We saw when they first played together on Train that Avant was so solid on the T side, and it's looking like that one more time. Order, they're trying to shift and change things up. Sure, they haven't had the buy rounds, but just looking at the way that Avant have been playing, it's just so full of confidence. They're really just toying with Order at the moment.
Anything that Order tries to do that's trying to throw a spanner in the works of Avant just seems to react fairly calmly to it, fairly well. Even in that situation where Gyro poked out of hell, did get that initial frag, they were still holding the extremities. Still all on the same page, no panic from Avant. They're continuing to clean up Order fairly straightforwardly, already up to 5-0 on this T side. The response has to come from Order in this next round. They can't let this get too far away from them.
Yeah, because the bank's already starting to build up on a lot of these members from Avant. You can see Sterling and APOC already sitting on 8 and 9k respectively. Offnoob will have to reinvest after going down, but he's not going to be too perturbed about that, as his cash is also pretty good. Order will be calling a tactical timeout because they realize the danger of letting this blow out here, right now.
Haven't had too many chances on those gun rounds just yet for Order. Obviously, the initial gun round didn't go very well for them, as Avant really set the pace in that one, coming straight out of T-Connector, and Sterling hitting a couple of clean headshots. And when you're already finding yourself in a 3-5 deficit, maybe 20-30 seconds into the round, you can feel like you haven't really had a chance to play, haven't really had a chance to get into things. So this is where Order, into that double AWP setup that we've seen many times for them, might try to turn things around.
Is that meant to be a bird?
Big face.
Once again, look at the change in pace. They're just looking to try to take some T-Connector control, throw a couple of HE nades on the A bomb site. This time the artillery strike not working though.
Double SL setup from Order is a bit of a change up. 4 players towards this outer bomb site, as Gyro has been left to solo that inners area. And Avant getting these bomb train smokes ready. Bit of a slower approach this time around. Let's see how they do respond to the double SL setup. Actually, it's E-Box and Sandwich rather than the bomb train smokes. Out from Avant. No response, no utility drawn out from Order. Just a flashbang on that lower ramp for Gyro to find a little bit of info. Ricky re-smokes lower ramp. Actually, bit misthrown there. Which is going to make Gyro feel a little more unsettled than if that low ramp was properly smoked. And Alistair starting to look for some information, but out comes the execute from Avant. Ustillo, the only man who's really in position here to deal with anyone coming out of T-Connector. Valiant's joined him very closely in SL.
And that's already one arm of the attack being deflected, as Valiant and Ustillo just getting the double spray down. This double SL setup working well so far, but he's going to be mollied off and he's gonna get traded out there. So 2-on-3 as Alistair's finally gonna come back and make that impact kill. It's all down to Offnu right now. If he can do some damage, if he's able to flush out where Alistair is, could be a good start, but he's looked away just at the wrong time.
Alistair just playing with him as the rest of these Order players sort of start to close in. Gyro trying to find a favourable line and will clean him up after a little bit of damage was inflicted by Alistair. Not losing any guns to Offnu towards the end of the round makes their buy a lot cleaner heading into this round. And Order finally getting themselves on the board and keeping enough guns up to stay competitive in the next gun round as well.
Double AWP retained as well, which is going to be absolutely critical for Order, maintaining that control of the B and the A bomb site. But you can already see how much pressure that Avant placed in the previous series on that B bomb site. Order actually forced to start with 2 on the B bomb site very early on.
This is a change up for Avant though. You can see APOC once again just doing what he normally does on the default, but this time the rest of Avant straight in tow behind him, ready to just contact and push into that B bomb site on the correct timing. Which did catch Order off guard the last couple of times that they played Train against them. Let's see if they've adapted this time around. Let's see if they're ready for these kind of contact plays towards inner. It's going to be Ricky and Gyro to hold it down.
Look at this double inner setup though. Ricky on the angle and the rifle just on Pop Dog. As now Apoc going to challenge the angle, forces Ricky off. No one else spotted, no noise being made by Avant whatsoever.
There's no noise in any other part of the map, but surely this lower ramp push comes in, flash out, just a leg from Ricky.
But look at the flashbangs, they're just so good at the moment, and Ricky cannot contain more than one person pushing in through inners, and Sterling's posted on the perfect angle right now. And when he's posted, he doesn't really miss.
Bomb goes down as well. Alistair thinking about trying to go for this one, seeing if he can find any of these T's on a bit of an off angle. Does pick up Sterling, which may incentivize Ustilo to come back and help him go for this. Aim of the game for Avant is really just delaying with utility. And Order decide to save.
Yeah, couldn't find any more opportunities, and the T's could have pushed too far already on the B-bomb site. So Avant, just like that, that is a big loss for Order because, yeah, I mean, they've got loss bonus working for them. It's just an all-around where you can see Avant, they're getting a perfect read of the situation. They're making it work. I dare say if we're continuing in this fashion, we're going to be heading to Inferno a lot sooner than we thought.
And you can see it's a similar approach that's worked from the last time these two played on Train for Avant on this T side. Maybe a little unfortunate there as Ricky, the initial shot only hits leg. Jara's full white, but it's not like that's a play they haven't seen before, and it's worked yet again for Avant. It's simple but effective. Getting straight out into Olaf, and two players immediately down SL. A lot of pressure. I don't think Order's ready for this timing.
No, absolutely not. And, well,
that's it. That's the round.
Yeah, I mean, Alistair misses a shot. It's just, once again, Avant, they decide to play with the pace. They go slow, then they push quickly. They're just dictating the tempo of this game at the moment.
Yep.
And we say that's so critical for these teams a lot of the time.
Yeah, it is. Order's just one step behind. They're constantly responding to what Avant's doing and never setting the pace themselves, never setting the tempo. And when I think of Order, that's the kind of things that are a lot of their strengths when they're feeling on point. You think about Ustilo getting aggressive with that rifle from time to time, or Ricky dominating people on Inferno's CT side. Alistair running around the map with the AWP. We know these players are capable of aggression and capable of dictating the pace and taking over the game if they put their minds to it. But it just seems like there's no connection between that kind of a play style and Order on the CT side of Train. The only time I really see them go aggressive is time to time someone will walk through Ivy and look for a pick or look for some information mid to late in the round. Sometimes they'll peek up a ramp, which hasn't really been finding them any picks. And occasionally they'll go and take that T connector control. But Avant seems to play so well around these couple of options. Doesn't really seem to bear fruit for Order very often. Whereas for Avant, you know, it's not unfamiliar. Order's played this team many, many times on this map. And it's the same couple of plays that are catching Order off guard time and time again.
Yep, Sterling and Offner, they're the ones that are just doing the entry work for now. And it's working absolute charm. Order will be taking a tactical timeout, but I mean, what do you even change here? It just feels like that they're trying to read what Avant's doing in this next round. Avant's looking 2 or 3 rounds ahead.
That's it.
Money's also pretty shot at this stage, but they have to force up a little bit at the very least to try to
they're going to
combat
half
it.
invest. Look, they've got max loss bonus at this point. You give yourself the outside shot at winning the round just because you have the extra money to burn through. Plus, it's Order. I mean, we already saw it in the second round of the game with Valiant's Eagle, but all of them are capable of having impact with the lackluster weapons.
And straight into the B-bomb site they go. It's just Blitz. He's able to do what Offnu did in the previous round, just fang it out a T connector, but it's a fake.
You can see these little tells, these plays that Avant are making are preconditioning Order to expect a certain response. Whether it's going towards inners, you saw Apoc doing the same thing he would do on a default when that contact play came out. The rest of Avant was behind him. That time it was a push out towards T connector. Order can't seem to really get a good read on what Avant's doing, and they're constantly just responding a little bit too late. So I feel like in this next gun round, Order, they really need to buy up. You know, whether they go double AWP or not, irrelevant. I think it's a playstyle thing. They need to find some kind of aggression, some kind of map control. because playing at standard is really not working for them.
I mean, I don't even think they're playing it standard. They're trying to adapt to what Avant are doing. And Avant's, they're the ones actually calling a tactical timeout at the moment. We're talking about chess games and whatnot, but this is really just...
Well, I think this is more of a timeout that's like... There you go.
No,
I think this timeout is really just more of a fact that a lot of the time you're up 8-1, you do let it slip. You do get a little bit too loose. Getting every T round is important here.
Yeah, because Avant want to crush Order in this series.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Order, not against Avant, but against Chiefs, I think it was. The old Chiefs in Road to Rio turned around a 12-3 deficit, so we know they have it in them.
And Avant just want to stomp it out. They just want to go, yep, we're not going to give you a single chance on train. And I don't think that's a bad idea either, to have this killer instinct instead of just letting things just work their way out. So
Stillo's up close towards the T-connector this time around. There's a molly into Olaf. So they might be looking to send him in. That's how I would like to see it. I'd like to see the man getting a little aggressive, but he is going to back off back towards the E-Box side. Here it is, Alistair starting to walk through Ivy in the late round. There's only one player here.
Oh my goodness.
What is that from Ofnu? What is the timing on that? But there it is, Ustillo. He's getting involved. A 2K from him in towards T-Con off the back of a nice flashbang. And this is the first time that Orders really looked on top of things. Really looked like they were in the driver's seat in any of these rounds.
Yep, at the very least, Avant's able to bring one back, but still a 3-on-4. Numbers favouring Order as they decide to back out a little bit from this Inners position. Decide to play a bit of a retake B with the numbers advantage.
I like these angles. Especially in a 4-on-3, you do expect the Ts to try and find these timings on the angles. But speaking of timing...
Once again, it's just, it feels like Avant just able to sometimes slide in just at the right time. But APOC can't find any magic this time around. Order finally managed to clean one up. And that is much better from them as they're able to get the aggression working over at T-Connector and hold on to the numbers from there.
I'd like to see them replicate that success. Find the information, go for the aggression in the earlier parts of the round or in the mid-round. And off the back of that, play out the round from there, because Order, they are a very experienced team. They are very strong with the mid-round reads. Look how close up Ofnu is, though, and Sterling's found a pick. How has Ofnu got behind multiple CTs?
He's just gone straight out of Olaf once again, and he managed to make it work out. And now it's just Avant able to channel the chaos and destroy this A-Pom site hold. Nothing that Alistair can do. And Jara is going to give it a good crack, but look at the money at the moment. Sure, Valence has got a lot of cash, but just feels like every single time Avant just changes up the pace and they just pick up a round out of nowhere.
Another pause after one successful round.
A tech pause this time though, not attack one. Train is the third most popular map of all time. Okay, that's a very interesting statistic. I would have thought Inferno might have been a little bit more popular than Train, but there you go.
Yeah, it's not as popular as it used to be. I mean, we've seen it in multiple different iterations. I think Train is a map that people express... I mean, I hear a lot of people express genuine dislike for.
I think I'm pretty ambivalent. Like, I don't actually mind the map, but it wouldn't be my first pick. Like, if I was IGL, yeah, I'd enjoy playing it, but it wouldn't be, like, my favorite. I think my favorite's Inferno for sure.
I'm always a big fan of Nuke Train Overpass.
It's because you're the big brain in this, Pilski. That's why we get you to analyze the games, and that's why you tell me to go entry, because I have no brain cells to play with whatsoever.
Send you in, mate.
No brain cells and no muscle cells either to get the aim across. I'm just a living decoy grenade.
That's it.
Bit of extended technical pause at the moment. Let's get some more stats. Yep, so Mirage is the most popular, then Inferno. Where's Dust 2? I mean, it was taken out of the map pool for a little bit, if I remember correctly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But even then, you'd expect Dust 2 to probably be pretty popular, but apparently not. So there you go. Give us more facts. Give us more fun facts as we are waiting for this game to get back.
You can't just ask for them. Text guy giveth and text guy taketh away.
I think he just give us the goods. I'll tell you who hasn't been giving us the goods so far. Order on the defensive side.
Yeah.
Break it down for me, Mitch.
I mean, we've already been over it, really. Avant is just one step. I wouldn't even say one. I'd say 2 to 3 steps ahead of Order at every twist and turn in this game. And Order's really struggling to find a response, and I don't think it's necessarily predicated off individual skill at this point. It really just is Avant are hitting some very sharp timings in quick succession, and Order are caught off guard pretty much every time. Whether it's that play towards in a bomb site, whether it's just one player running out of T-connector up behind a sandwich smoke and finding a nice timing.
There you are, Inferno, Mirage, and Dust 2. Most popular maps at major tournaments.
Miraja.
Okay.
I see you, Text Guy.
Can we stop being pedantic? Pilski's one of those people where it's like he sees a typo or a grammatical error and he just tries to correct it immediately. I don't like those kind of people.
Okay, bro.
He's trying to give us good facts at the moment, and if he accidentally hits an extra keyboard button, is that still taking away from the overall information? Are you not entertained?
All I'm saying is he has one job.
That is actually a pretty good stat. This is look.
You know what I made?
In,
You know what I made with my missus? I've got it for dinner today. I got some nice, you get some pork rashers, you cut them up, bit of gochujang, bit of garlic and some salt, and then you put it in an onigiri.
Oh, excellent. Might have a taste of that later, if I'm very lucky. Look, if you have just tuned in, it is a bit of an extended technical pause between this Avant Order series. It is day number 5 right now in DreamHack Masters, if you ever needed a reminder. I sometimes need a reminder because it's been quite a couple of days of games, in all honesty.
Getting pretty cooked at this point, even after my day off. But I think I am keen to get through the rest of the tournament. Getting back into the action now. A lot on the line in this game. We didn't really talk about it in the pre-match, but this game is a couple of $1,000s and a fair few points difference between third and second.
Look at this adaptation from Avant. They're going for what we saw a couple of rounds ago, but now this time applying a bit of utility into SL.
There's 2 players in towards SL, so it's really going to be, again, oh my god, how has he gotten on top of Ustillo? Alistair's going to trade one back. Into this 4-on-4 now, though.
Balance is forced out. Look, you can see as soon as they pick off Ustillo, it just feels like Avant are just reading the situation perfectly, even though Order managed to grab Ivy control and then aggression. Everything has slowed down a little bit now as utilities being used. They're very scared of maybe there being too many CT members, but the trades, once again, from Avant are just too good, and Jira's left on his lonesome. And if I was Avant, I'd go, yep, Jira's that B-site player.
Bomb going down. Jara does have the kit, fair few pieces of utility, but Sterling's going to take him out of the equation immediately, and that's double digits for Avant. And again, it's another round where it feels like Avant are just hitting a sharp timing, and it's not even like in this 4-on-4, look at how much they slowed down. It's just crystal clear communication. They know exactly what they need to do in the mid-round to be able to secure things. Molly into SL, they wait for Ricky to peak, and they trade him out effectively. It's just all of the steps covered beautifully by Avant.
I mean, it's that saying, right? You've got 5 fingers. Avant's made them into a hand, a functional unit.
It's so easy in that 4-on-4 to just see the bloodlust, to overcommit, to over-communicate. But there's none of that for Avant. It's just clinical, clear communication, eliminating the enemies one at a time.
Once again, just the timing. It looks like Avant just able to read everything. They're just in the game at this stage, but Alistair, not if he has anything to say about it.
This is exactly what we want to see from Order. At this point, you just need to embrace the chaos if you're Order at this point. I don't think anything else is really working for you. I think just start throwing some misplays out.
Oh, man. What do you say about that one, Mitch? If you're just Sterling who decides to go down a ladder and just gets absolutely, just deletes pretty much Gyro. That said, 2v2 at the moment. Alistair's actually in the position. Can't find the timing though. Now it's all down to Valiant. Has retrieved an AK-47. Has looked like in decent form. But you can see Sterling just waiting on the other side of the smoke. He is having a phenomenal game so far. Getting so many entries, so many critical kills right now.
And you asked me, what do you even do? What do I think? I mean, I've had games like this, you know, playing in CS competitions at a lower level, and it's very easy to just give up and just say, look, they're just sharper on the day. They're just feeling it today. But when you've got so many Pro Tour points on the line, when it's a couple $1,000, Order really can't afford to just let this go by the wayside. But again, it's Avant with the opening pick.
The default's just been too solid so far. They're able to navigate through most of these rounds this time around. Even though T-Connector control has been taken by the CTs, you can see Avant more than happy just to chill out, not do anything with it.
Yep, I mean, they've got the advantage. And that's another problem. Even when it feels like Order have some of these opportunities, they're either just not working out for them or not being capitalized on. But Alistair's going to take matters into his own hands. It's about time. Walks up on the angle. Gets that peek onto Offnu and evens up the man disadvantage that they had. This could be a promising round. It's really going to come down to the decision making from Avant at the end of the day. If it's a play towards inners, you're probably going for Order. If they are actually going to clear out SL and take some control of it and maybe hit that outer bomb site, there's a chance.
Looks like they're geared up to go to the A-bomb site. Apoc's just drawing a bit of decoy utility. But that's great incendiary grenade timing coming out from Alistair. Now they're going to accelerate that push onto the A-bomb site, but Alistair's still here over at Sandwich. And he's in such a dangerous position right now. If he finds just one, might be able to disrupt enough, but he hasn't been cleared. He takes down one, dances back around, and the communication looking a little bit shot right now for Avant. Back down to the 2-on-3. Order has that number advantage, but Apoc is so uncertain where the opponents are. And slowly, Order coming in. Situation has slowed down a little bit, all down to the 1-on-2. Bomb's in a great position for Apoc to play with, though. But you can see Ricky's covering off the angle. Lands a bit of damage, but he gets the shot still. And the CT isn't on the defuse. Apoc has gamed this to perfection. He has big-brained Avant to the 12th round. And once again, another round where Order seems like they have the read. They get the kills that they need. But it doesn't fall their way.
Yeah, Alistair just didn't have a kid there. It couldn't sit on that defuse. Even though he makes a massive play to put Order into, was that a 2-on-4 or a 2-on-3? A 4-on-2 or a 3-on-2? I'm not sure rather. But end of the day, I mean, the post plant's just too strong. Pretty hard to win a post plant when the T's are in Olaf and Hell sometimes. Oh no!
It's gone from bad to worse at the moment, as they've just gotten a lot of these openings, and Blitz is kind of a no man's land. At that point in time, still a 3-on-2, and this is looking even better for Avant compared to yesterday. Not if Castillo's got anything to say about it. He's able to start making this retake work right now for Order. As Offnu is going to be caught out in the open. So at the very least, Order do have through at the very end thanks to some individual brilliance, but this has really just been a one-sided harp from Avant. We're going to a short break. We'll be right back to see if Order can complete a comeback or not.
The time is now, so don't look back. So finally leave the situation. So trust in me, you're not alone.
Back into the second half. Avant, an almost clinical take of that T side. They almost had 13 rounds, but a bit of individual brilliance allows them at the very least to grab 3 and maybe, just maybe, complete a comeback train. I don't think it's possible, Pilski, as we're straight into a technical pause, as we look like we've missed someone from order.
Well, it is possible, but it's not probable, is what I was really reaching for there. We know, I mean, like we said before, I think it was this exact scoreline, and this exact situation that Order was up against Chiefs in Road to Rio. And they made a big comeback, I believe it was on the T side. Much more difficult opponent, I would say, though, this time around. And Avant's shown a tendency to shut Order out of games pretty consistently. Even some of these games where you go on HLTV and you look at the head-to-head and it says, oh, Order got 10, 13 rounds. When you look at the score counts, it was definitely not representative of that emoji, because it was a pretty one-sided first half score, or at one point they were up pretty one-sidedly.
But this is the whole thing. That's Avant, right? That's definitely a case of if you're happy, you know it, clap your hands. We'll pretend we didn't see anything there. It's all right, MC. That sounds like something's flatlining, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Order's chance of taking back this match. Anyway, this is where we need Mac now.
Yeah.
We need some Mac's Anatomy. Or Detective Mac. Which one do you think we need right now?
Definitely Dr. Mac.
And why do you say that? Is it because there's been a murder? Avant, the primary suspect?
Oh, that would be Detective Mac. I think Dr. Mac, because Order's not dead yet. Get the defibrillators out, get some life into them, and they can turn this series around anytime that they want to. As soon as they are ready to step up and play a good game here, there's a chance they can turn this around. But if they don't show up today, then they don't show up. Nothing any of us can do to control it.
What do you mean?
It's up to Order. End of the day.
You can just tell them, it's like, here's a candy bar if you guys decide to drop a 20 bomb.
At least you've gone the route of trying to actually.
What's happened here?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we are.
HUD.
I was
yeah,
like,
at least you've gone the route of trying to like reward them in a way, as opposed to just being like, just play better. Because it's always good when the casters are like, just play better.
It's called the Karath and the stick approach, right? So we'll give it that way. Look, single smoke for Gyra to use as the rest of Order looking to attack probably the A bomb site by the looks of it. But it can change. Look at the stack from Avant, though. 4 in the B bomb site. Only has a hold in the outers area. He's been dinked out, and I'd almost go down.
Feeling pretty low here, and will be cleaned up, I imagine, by these blocking players. Didn't look like it. It was a clean kill there, but Ricky holding onto SL is definitely making this pistol round looking a little bit better for Order. It was Sterling on the side as well, and start to put that bomb down. Spot out Offnu. They're well aware that Blitz was above SL, but Offnu's starting to fight back a little, Kev.
Yep, 3-on-2, but Gyro looks like he's covering off the correct angles at the moment. They're aware that most likely they were on the flank, but still Avant a little bit too sharp here. I don't know where the kit is, though, and that's going to be the issue all the time.
It's towards Ivy.
Yep, and Blitz, he is going to be heading over in that direction. There is a smoke for him to play with as well. That should be on Hazard's dead body.
Hasn't picked it up, though, and now needs to start to get a bit of a move on here, but it's a very good post-plant setup from Order.
Yep, and I'd say that Blitz, he could only maybe find a couple of kills here and there. Not to be in this instance, and it's going to be 4-12. So at least Order pick up the pistol round, try to make something work.
Yep. Definitely some signs of life still left in Order. A little bit of a twitch of the finger, move of the hand. See if they can actually stand up to Avant here. Start to turn this game around. Will be the force buy straight away from Avant. Pistols and armor, a few scouts. Actually, everyone's got armor. Order smoke off on towards the back of Green Train, and now starting to make their way out of T-Connector. Wolf packing it.
It's all down to who can hit whatever shots at this stage. And Hazard, that's a great deagle from him. And now all the CTs over here in the A bomb site. Blitz, though, at close range of the scout. Not much that he can really do. Now it looks like Alistair's doing a pretty good job on the cleanup duty right now.
Gyro as well. Gets rid of Ofnu in that critical position towards the side of the bomb train. Could have been a real nuisance there if you found a close angle onto Valiance. The bomb goes down and Sterling, unfortunately, never given the opportunity to find any heads with that scout. So Order, that's 2 in a row. Starting to pick up some pace, starting to pick up some momentum, particularly if they close out this anti-eco nice and clean. Put that 6th round on the board. Maybe they could get a little bit of the confidence that they need rolling into that first gun round.
Yep, just looking to build up some money right now. It's just Estillo straight out. The rest of the boys going over to the B bomb site. Estillo probably will go down here. There's just too many USPs for him to deal with, but can actually rack up a bit of cash, which is always a good thing. So 2 kills.
Yeah, that $300 on Sterling could actually make the difference between picking yourself up a set of armor with that AWP or an extra grenade or 2.
I think it's actually just allowed him to afford armor actually in the next round.
Don't do maths on stream, Kevin. It's very dangerous.
Unfortunately so. Actually, I think it very much is the case he can get body armor now. So, if he...
Oh, a double dink onto Ricky as well. That would have been a little bit more than body armor.
Because otherwise he'd have 5,300.
Yep.
$100 short.
So that one USP kill actually does make the difference between body armor and not for Sterling.
We'll see if it makes a difference coming into this round, because it could be very much a case of Order is starting to fill it and they just rip his head off.
Yep.
There's Mac 10s as well. You don't have the helmet.
All right, let's see how Order's feeling in this first gun round. Plenty of money behind him. Can continue to buy on this T side. Alistair flashed off the line. And Sterling's going to post up. He needs to be a little careful here. Surely Ustillo jumps it. Never mind. I think Ustillo did jump across, which might have pulled Sterling's crosshair away. And Alistair capitalizes, but you still... not ideal to go down to a Molotov there.
That's more of... You want to see that at a restaurant, maybe a roasted lobster, but not right now for Order. Brings it back down to a 4-on-4. Still numbers favouring them. They've been able to identify, I think, the position of one. Hazard tries to get some shots through the smoke, but he's been picked off. So 2-on-4 on the A-bomb site at the moment. As Ofnu trying to get himself into a favourable situation alongside with APOC, but it looks like both their positions have been compromised, so it means that Order are going to pick up the pace. There you have it, the entry is working for them, and Order are keeping it clean so far on their own T side, getting the entries that they need, and grouping up and using the force, or their forces, to make it work. So, if they're able to do this for 2 more rounds, just maybe.
Oh, they've already put themselves in a fantastic position. Cleaned up the pistol, anti-eco. First gun round. They're building up a lot of cash here, and now heading into this anti-eco. A lot of money invested here from Avant, just off the back of having that loss bonus built up. They can go for those deagles, some body armor, some grenades as well. 1-1-3 setup from Order, creeping out Ivy. Avant definitely not ready for this one.
APOC though, able to land at least a bit of damage. Gets a kill, as the CT is also just maintaining this connected control for now. It is a bit dangerous because you have some of these players isolated away, and all it takes is a couple of good deagle shots and that's it. And Blitz is going to be challenging the first position. Gyro though managed to bring that spray back, and now it looks like it should be a relatively easier cleanup.
Very switched on, this young man. But unfortunately, missed timing is going to cost him another gun. Hazard actually picks up a 1-dig as well from CT Connector, so starting to get a little expensive from Order.
Yep, but Hazard has to charge in eventually, and Gyro is going to be covering that off. So, look, Order, they lose 3 rifles. Avant almost in a position where they could potentially still lose rounds, but not able to just yet. Not on the board so far in their CT side, as Order have managed to claim 6 in a row now.
APOC's gone for the secondary AWP, which I've seen a couple times on train. I feel like for this Avant roster, it's not down to a specific player, but more down to the position that you're playing as to who's going to pick up that secondary. Jara getting straight out Olaf here.
Straight into Sandwich as well. Blitz trying to spray through and find some damage as the boost does happen at T Connector. And Gyro just finds the timing spray into Ivy and also the spray into Blitz. At least Haz is able to answer around E-Box and still 2 defenders on the A-bomb site. And Order, they've just cracked open the B-bomb site now. It's just chaos everywhere.
Again, Ricky, being that playmaker on the extremity, deals with the upper ramp push and takes control of inners all by himself, throwing Avant for a bit of a loop. They can't get a read on what's happening here, and now Order, they're sort of just making individual pushes, looking for information around the map. Jara takes the initiative, wraps back through Darkside. Valiant brings the bomb over towards this inner site.
Yep, and Ricky just making sure that CT Connector has been covered off, and with Jara pushing through the A-bomb site into A2.
They can't exit, can they?
I think they have just managed to find the timing. But their question is going to be for Avant, where is this lurking Gyra? And Haz is going to be the first point of contact, but he's just way too sharp. So the double warp should be able to be retained by Avant. But what a chaotic round coming out. As Order, they just take gunfights left, right, and center. They managed to make it work out, sure, but there were some situations you could see Avant maybe had a chance of bringing it back.
Don't want to lose this AWP towards the end of the round, though. Good recovery from Sterling. Takes the last 2 kills as well. Expensive for Order. Trying to throw everything at those last 2 AWPs and not getting anything out of it. Other than a big check at the end. And Avant going to take a tactical this game that was very one-sided. Quickly starting to slip away from them in a matter of moments. What was a 12-3 lead has gotten a hell of a lot closer.
And those are the parts where you maybe go, if Avant tied it up that last round, if Estillo wasn't able to bring those heroics, that Order might have been in a bit of a more disastrous situation. I know it doesn't sound like a big difference between 12 and 13, but it's a difference between Avant not being able to reset Order.
Yeah. Also breaks the momentum.
Haz does his best to try to lock down the A-bomb site, playing around the smoke, able to get 2 kills at the very least, but it's just Ricky able to do the damage on the other side.
That shot was so dirty. Hazard is actually so dirty with the M4A4, it's ridiculous.
You said he's the best A4 player in Oz, so...
Easily.
And look at the change in pace, straight into the B-bomb site. Offnu drops the HE grenade, gets out safely, does a lot of damage, needs to follow it up with the spray though, but the trade's instantly there.
Yeah, Sterling puts out that Molotov towards Connector, but loses a hell of a lot of HP for it. Molotov going behind it, and you still are actually pushing straight up into this pump smoke.
Such a dangerous position for the CTs to exit, but with actually APOC getting Alistair, now it's going to force Avant forward as they're looking to push, but Estillo might have just threaded the needle at the moment, but there is just a bit of a hug at the moment between the 2 sides. 2v3 at the moment, and Estillo can't find the timing this time around. Gets a 1 at the very least, and it's all down to Gyra at the moment, but the Molotov's been dropped. Enough time has been bought. So once again, double AWP will be saved by Avant, but Order hitting double digits now, looking very possible for this comeback train, as they've taken 8 in a row, 7 on this T side.
Avant being very responsible holding on to these AWPs as well, though, with the loss bonus just continuing to put buy round after buy round together. But it's undeniable that Order is definitely back in this game. What a fantastic streak of 7 rounds on the T side here. No reply from Avant yet.
I have to say, Alistair's been looking very good on this T side so far. We're talking about him being the linchpin, the key aggressor. And you can see once again, another scenario. He's able to find the pick through the shoulder of his teammate. Valiant decides to step it up a little bit as well. And Blitz trying to lurk through the edge of the smoke. At least they find the bomb carrier. But how do you shoot a target with the silenced M4 like that? Sterling's been boosted up. I think that's a good indication right now for Order that there should be 2 around the connector position.
They're going to put the bomb down anyway. Try and cover off either side of that bomb train. Valiant's now trying to get off the bomb side if possible, but he's picked off by Offnu before he can move anywhere. So again, similar to the last half, it's down to the Hell and the Olaf crossfire, and Offnu cleans Ricky out of Hell. Down to this one-on-one now.
Sterling's got a kit and an incendiary grenade to work with, though. He's going to drop it pretty deep, taps it once, but Estilo's cleared it. And Estilo's still dancing around. He's going to find the 1-on-2 clutch. Avant so close to getting their first CT round. But Order still just coming out individually better towards the end. And now only one round the difference. The series now really starting to light up at the moment. And I'm looking like a bit of a goose. Coming into, well, it was 3-12, and I said no chance at all for Order to make the comeback work.
Hey,
and look where we are.
You're the only one that predicted for them, so I give you the benefit of the doubt, Kev. Either way, though, Order going to take a bit of attack after that clutch. That's definitely one to get the blood pumping. And Avant looking lifeless on this CT side. Do have the money to be able to put together another buy, but it's going to be a little bit weaker than what they've been working with thus far. No AWPs unless you want to glass cannon it. And very limited utility. They're just going to take the half save, really valuing this AWPs. They had more than enough money to go for a buy in a round like this, but they've opted to go for a half buy.
Decent grenade doing some damage, and the flashbang in the Deagle allows APOC to at least chime in with one. It is a full A-site commitment from Avant. As Hazard now looking to probe into T connector, gets a 1 dig of his own. Sterling's going to eat that grenade, but this is now very dangerous for Order. They're all isolated, fighting one-on-one duels, not in the position to trade out.
But they are just holding angles, waiting for Avant to get over-aggressive.
Just like that.
Very sensible in the positions that they're in. Not over-committing. Despite being isolated, they are being very safe. Now starting to move towards this outer site. One player in towards SL there. Could give them some issues.
It's Hazard, all left in his lonesome. But once again, Order. It looks a little bit perilous for them at the beginning, but they just slow things down, talk it through, and this is where we are. Scores tied 12 apiece.
9 rounds in a row on the T side for Order.
That's 10 in a row now if you consider that final round. The momentum has really just swung back in the favor of Order, and they're actually going to use their final tactical timeout here.
Interesting.
I think they understand that if they take this round, it might be just their game.
I think Avant, they had plenty more opportunities still. It's not taking hold of any of them. With the amount of loss bonus that they've had built up at this point, they've really not lacked for money. It's not been a question of getting reset and having to take ecos. And even on the ecos, due to the current state of the economy, you still have chances in those rounds. You can still buy up those deagles and armor. And usually between these two sides, we see a hell of a lot more of those kind of rounds get across the line. So far in this map, hasn't been the case. Might just be due to the map in question. A lot less likely on train with a lot of these long sight lines. Some of those force buys to get across, as opposed to an Inferno or something like that. Either way, though, Avant, they really have to start turning it around. This is getting scary for them. Order take control of inners towards Brown Halls. Smoke goes on to low ramp. Utility into SL as well. Order starting to set up towards the Brown Halls, starting to set up this inners execute. Not something that we've seen from them. Definitely a change up in the pace. It's going to be on Offnu. Try to just stay alive. 1-for-1 himself and Sterling to get a pick on this upper ramp. And it is only a 1-for-2 for Avant. Now no players in position to come towards the inner bomb site. They're Molotov'd off. They have to consider a save here.
But you look at the position of APOC, maybe they're looking to persist forward, but Jaira, he's not in the position to try to allow them to save and almost gets that spray into Hazard as well, but they will be able to pick up the AWP, which was the goal for Avant. They really are prioritizing the sniper rifle at this stage, but Sterling just hasn't found the impact that we saw from his T side. And Order are in the lead.
They're doing it. It's unbelievable. Turning around a 12-3 deficit on the T side of Train. They did it in Road to Rio. They're doing it against an even tougher opponent this time around. I can't even believe it. Must have been Dr. Mac. He went in there, got the defibrillator pads going.
It shocked Alistair into something new, that's for sure, who's been landing a lot of these critical entries, and Valiant's looking solid on the rifle. And Order just seem to be on the same page at the moment as well, which is so critical. Looking very disciplined on this T side. Look, Avant can still buy into this round. Not really. They've actually just decided to go with a couple of pistols on some of these members instead.
Really valuing those double AWPs and the full utility on Train. You can't blame them. But at the same time, you kind of wonder if you're giving just too many consecutive rounds to Order, giving them too many easier chances as they start to walk out T-Connector again. A large amount of Avant players over here towards the bomb train and Ivy.
But all it takes is a single play, and Blitz and Hazard get the crossfire working as Order. They stumble right now. They walk straight into a slaughter field.
Trying to force their way through that sandwich smoke. Extremely ineffective for the amount of players on that bomb train. And now trying to turn around this 2-on-4. Ricky's already copped a leg from Sterling. Bombs dropped towards the side of the bomb train. And Avant closing in towards his hell position.
But Alistair's posted, but he misses the most critical shot of all. Sterling won't let that go unpunished. And now this should surely be a cleanup. Ricky's barely breathing at the moment, tries to go for the spray down against the AWP. Finally, Avant put one on the board, and at least they keep 3 alive. They had pistols and Hazard and Offnu before, so they can completely invest in.
That's going to boost their economy towards the end part of this game. Not only do they still have a hell of a lot of loss bonus built up, but they also pick up some additional guns. You're looking at the effects of that Blitz after winning that round. 6k in the bank after a streak of losses. Hazard's got a ton of money. They're sitting pretty in terms of the cash, whereas Order, no loss bonus, and they're completely broke. This is such a critical round for them. Well, they might have to take a save in the next to put Avant on match point.
Jara's being an absolute nuisance. He's the linchpin, really, for Order in this situation. The longer he stays alive, and maybe if they can find an answer, they'll be really solid. They're trying to prey right now into Offnu as well. Ricky trying to open up on the extremity to keep Avant guessing.
Order trying to hit this timing straight down lower. Offnu's just got to be able to hold on for this rotation from Sterling with the AWP sitting at Summit.
And slowly crawling up as well. Is anyone going to be checking him is the real question. He misses the spray. He gets the dink, but he can't transfer it. And now it's really Alistair trying to find these small windows of opportunity. Sterling now knows where his counterpart is. But a 4-on-3. The spray down's going to work in the favor of Order eventually. And Hazard, he's managed to make his way through Summit onto the bomb site with the 3 members to find. He's eventually going to get timed. And Alistair's going to clean up as Order haven't really reset the economy. Avant, though, that's the thing.
They
Avant
stay
can buy up.
alive. It's just a side effect, as I said, going into that round. It wasn't a must-win for Avant, but it was a must-win for Order. Even dropping that many guns takes a toll on their economy. They don't have the loss bonus built up at all at this point. So if they lose even one of these rounds on the T side, they are going to be broke, and Avant will threaten pushing themselves to match point, putting Order under the pump. So Order, they've survived in that round, but they haven't quite bought themselves the economic room that they need, because even if they lose this one, they're broke again. Over on the Avant side, they go through all of that money that they earned by winning with those pistols 2 rounds ago, but they still have the loss bonus behind them. That's the difference here.
What a way we've come. We're ending up here as the Incendiary Grenade missed into T-Connector, as Alistair's then able to chime in with a pick from SL. Oh no, Blitz has also hopped across. He's playing with Alistair at the moment, but I don't know if that's the game that you want to be playing, as the double B site early on does not work for Avant. I don't know if Blitz has actually spotted out Estillo pushing forward. I don't think he has.
I think he has. I'm pretty sure he saw that, and now he's seeing Offnu pushing up actually towards lower ramp. Avant are actually starting to get in some pretty good positions here. If Order continue going slowly at this point...
Oh, I know. They both missed each other. Ricky's lining up a utility, but there's actually the push from Offnu at the right time. As Alistair hits a phenomenal shot to bring it brings it back into a numbers advantage for Order, and they're going to head straight into the B bomb site. Rotation, though, being called from Avant as well. Sterling's able to hit this shot, the most critical shot of them all. He's able to land one, but not the second. And APOC gets the one on the cross. It's all down to the one-on-one right now into the 28th round. Alistair versus APOC. APOC enough time to rotate around and get himself into a critical position.
What a read from Avant with that double rotate. No, the missed shot from APOC at the worst possible timing.
Oh, and Alistair, he's gone with a classic.
Jumps up on the bomb train. Incredible.
And APOC can't touch him because Alistair's got the higher ground. It's all over. Everyone knows that at this stage. Oh, I mean, APOC still tried it. Loses his life, not just his limbs. And Avant, they call a tactical timeout, but with what money? Another one-on-one where just a single shot is all the difference. APOC misses the entry onto Alistair coming out from inner ramp.
That really was it, wasn't it?
I feel like that's the tale of Avant CT side. So many critical shots going missing. You look at Offnu, misses the spray.
The thing is, right, let's say he hits that shot and it's 14-14. It is a very similar buy in this round. The only difference is that they have an AWP. The rest of everyone else still has around 3.6k. So it's a similar sort of round, just no AWP that Avant has to get through. And then they have to try and buy in the next. It's obviously a must-win because Order's secured that match point. But still, it was a close round and Order doesn't have a whole lot of money to fall back on. So if Order loses a round like this, they're going to be economically crippled again. Utility so far being exchanged towards inner, which probably favours Order, considering Avant's utility is very scarce. And in some cases is a necessity to hold certain types of plays from Order. But no early round shenanigans from them. Just moving through the map, waiting for aggression.
It is going to be the B side execute. That's going to determine the fate of this round. You can see Order grouping up.
Yeah, there's no utility for Avant to hold it. It's all going to be down to this player on coils. Offnu's got to be the main line of defense here because Sterling's only got a Famis towards Summit. Order getting ready. The flashes flying out from Gyra.
And I think Ricky spotted out one, but Offnu's able to stay alive. But he has so many angles to fight. Ricky, you can see he's being an absolute nuisance. He gets the double entry with the Galil and tries to replicate some form with the A4 with a FAMAS. 3-on-4 at this stage. They have to go in, but they are falling as Ricky, with the rifle, tries to bring the A4 back. Cannot do so.
Order feeling pretty comfortable. Hazza starting to move up this oil train. Might have found the timing onto Gyra, but Order, they've got a great post plant. There's no kids here for Avant.
And they can throw the molly as well. Alistair's going to be lining it up. Drops the Molotov, and I'd say that's it. They can't get the defuse down, even if they get the kills. How have Order done this? They managed to make the comeback train work as Blitz, all he can hope for is the kill. He can't even get that. 16-13. Order take map number 1, and now in the position to upset Avant after that second half. Well, we'll go for a short break. We'll be right back with the analysis.
Flashbang's affected. They have got through the smoke wall here, but Chris J, he is the final boss of the bomb site.
Now Spitty and Chris J to keep Mousesports alive. Oh, Chris! He's found 3. It's down to a 2-on-2. Chris, can he close this with an ace? Oh my God!
Can they actually close this out? Boom, Chris. Fantastic way to start, and no scopes on him himself. Absolutely saving Mousesports.
Hey, it's me, Lily from AT&T. I'm back working from home and here to help.
Hey Lily, I'm hearing a lot about 5G. Should I be getting excited?
Depends. Are you going to want faster speeds?
I will.
More reliability?
Oh, also yes.
Better response times?
Definitely.
Are you gonna be making sourdough bread?
Oh, is that 5G related?
No, it's just like, why is everyone making sourdough now? But yes, you're gonna want 5G.
AT&T is building 5G on America's best network. Visit att.com to learn more.
Yeah, come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah, cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sick. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. Haha. Never have to worry if I have enough dough.
What does it matter when you get a 12-3 first half when Order can turn around and do that in the second? It's Order that take Avant's map, and already we've set ourselves up for an interesting day. The results coming through thick and fast here in DreamHack Masters Spring, and the upsets are as well. Things are starting to heat up a little bit now, especially between Order and Avant after seeing that first map go the way of Order. Kev, not what we were expecting, at least not what Pilsky and I were expecting, but you're going to sit here with your Order prediction feeling pretty smarmy, I'm sure.
Look, the problem with that map, though, was it wasn't like... You look at the 16-13 scoreline, it's one of the cases you go, wow, this is like a really close game between both sides, but it wasn't really close when you think about it. It was just, all right, T side's better, CT side's very weak for both teams.
Definitely. Seems like the T sides were favoured. I think we were doing a bit of mental gymnastics, a bit of maths out the back there, and I think it ended up being like 4 rounds or maybe 5 rounds on the CT side. Train's supposed to be the most CT-sided map in the pool, isn't it?
Yes. So it's just crazy that, I mean, what's better than 12-3ing your opponent on the T side? It's 14-1ing your opponent on the T side after getting 12-3. That's just incredible. I don't even know how Order's been able to put that together. If I was to come up with an explanation for it, I would say that Avant's gotten a little bit too comfortable there. They had plenty of opportunities. They had full loss bonus on that CT side. They got numerous double AWPs that they didn't do anything with. Whereas Order, I feel like it was kind of one step at a time for them. They took that pistol, they took that first gun round, and they just started picking up pace and momentum.
I think it's like you look at the game that they had, because we always have to go back to when these two teams first matched up on Train. It is so eerily similar, right? Avant just race off to this red-hot lead on the T side. But this time around, I feel like, okay, with the pistol, with the build-up of these rounds for Order, they are all in the mood to start hitting their shots. There was no, I think, clear individual that stood out. All of them were able to contribute in one way or another. You had your entries, you had your AWP working, and then when the lurk also works as well for Ricky, then pretty much it's just GG from that point onwards. And I just felt like Avant, their riflers just not really hitting the critical shots. I think 2 or 3 rounds where they really could have upset Order, taken the control of the game. They couldn't land the shots, and that was it.
A couple of critical clutches as well go the way of Order. We have to talk about Alistair a little bit here. He's a player, you know, that we highlighted at the start of the game. We hoped would be able to step up here in this matchup, and he certainly was able to do that.
Yeah, it wasn't just Alistair who got the clutches, though. There was a clutch from Ustillo as well, I'm pretty sure. You know, there was plenty of opportunities where some of these rounds, look, basically the majority of the rounds were either not close, very one-sided to Order, or even when Avant got things close, it was down to an XVX situation, a 2v2, a 3-on-2, something like that. And every single one of those, Order was winning as well to put themselves over the top. So there really wasn't anything in it for Avant. And even some of the rounds where, like, usually between these two teams, you'll have a bit of a bonus round where, like, you get your pistol and armor, especially if you're on a CT side or on full loss bonus, you get a few deagles. Some of those rounds do actually go the way of these teams quite frequently because they're both so sharp with the pistols, but that wasn't really the case, unfortunately.
All right, fellas, we're going to have a big discussion coming shortly about Inferno. That is map 2, so don't go too far away. We're going to get into that discussion on the other side of this break.
Take you right there into the stars. Only like we're royalty. You and I, we were meant to be. Come with me, let me take you right there into the stars. everything's alright. You pick up, heard your voice, but still it's not enough. 'Cause I need us. I swear it's the last time I'm going. 'Cause I know we got that something. It lights up the dark at night. So you keep the engine running, and I'll be the headlights. You and me, we're heading for the end of time. 'Cause nothing lasts forever. I'm not giving up without a fight. Watch the stars holding up the sky. Everything's alright. I don't know where you are, but I know you see it too. I'm coming back to you. I swear it's the last time.
One and 0 is the scoreline for Order up against Avant, and already an upset given that Order takes Avant's map choice of Train. We move into Inferno though, and the map stats don't seem too bad there for Avant. And Pilski, I know you've had a few words to say about Order on Inferno in the past, so why don't you go ahead and repeat those for us?
Oh, well, especially against this team, they've had a lot of issues. You look at some of the most recent series. The thing is, though, that you can say the same thing about Avant. I think both of these teams have actually had like 12-3 leads against Paradox and then lost in OT like 19-16. So you can see the potential, I mean, even just in the last map for some of these teams to, even when they're up to a huge deficit or they're meant to be good on a map or you expect them to perform, to just completely capitulate.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to quickly say, for me, it's just down to, I think, a lot of the time the teams just can't deal with the aggression. They play very passive in the CT side, or on the T side, they just get overwhelmed by the triple peaks, the quadruple peaks. And guess who's really good at peaking like that? Alistair.
Alistair seems to be in quite hot form right now. We sort of highlighted him before the game started, and we didn't actually mention the fact that he is the highest rated performer here in DreamHack Masters ANZ of all of the teams, and I dare say that's continued after what we saw on Train. So if he's able to continue to put those kinds of numbers up and maybe get backed up by one more player or another, that could well be a 2-0 today for Order. Pilski, you're going to be departing us, so give us your very quick sum up of Inferno. Is it going to be a 2-0 or is it going to be 1-1?
I'd like to see a 2-1 series. I'd like to see it go back and forth, especially because this game is so important. It's the difference between a handful of Pro Tour points, a hell of a lot of money for both teams, and you want to see Avant put some more bite back.
All right, well, we're about to find out how it's going to go. Kev, let's have a look and see. Order to start off on the T side, and I actually don't mind that.
Yep, Avant opting to start on the CT side. It was Order's map pick after all at the end of the day, so it allows them to continue the good work they did on Train, and Alistair's already starting it off, flying through the apartments, getting the headshot, and looking maybe like he wants to persist further forward against Sterling.
Well, Alistair opening up the account, always going to be a good sign for Order. The banana control certainly looking okay for the T side right now as well, and Avant will definitely not be too keen to see a bit of momentum go back into Order's pocket after what happened on Train.
Blitz, though, drops that Incendiary Grenade, and the HE comes out at the perfect time as well, just to buy a little bit of extra time. But the problem is when you've lost a member already like this, it still allows Order the confidence to persist forward onto the bomb site. But has a great shot from Newbox.
To the site, though, goes Order, and it is a 4-on-4. Gyra with a Tech 9, can't get too much done. It's Valiance, though, a double kill from the Glock, and that is going to be the B-bomb site opened up. Bit of a rotate coming in from Avant, but they'll need to be wary of Alistair behind them as the bomb plant does go down, and even then, it may not matter if Ustilo and Valiance find some favourable duels here, which they're liable to do. Close range with the Glocks, it'll be too easy for Ustilo, and a 1-0 scoreline now for Order.
Yep, wouldn't be surprised to see Avant force buy into this either. So if they're able to do some damage, keep Order's economy honest, that'll be a great start for them on the CT side, maybe even taking a round. But this is just ridiculous. Alistair actually just taking that duel, actually just grabs a lot of map control and forces Avant into a very stagnant position from that point onwards. I was going to say, I think the key for Avant's T side, I know I'm looking a little bit ahead here, but I feel like the key for Avant's T side is going to be actually countering the facts of that B bomb side, where I believe it's going to be Ricky and Gyro most likely playing there. As Alistair's just fanged it out and taken one kill just like that.
That's confidence indeed for Order. It's an investment actually from Avant here, but it doesn't seem to be troubling Order all that much. And, you know, the way that they kind of rolled over the T side of Train, I dare say they're feeling confident coming into this one on Inferno. Valiance probably wants to be a little bit careful with Apoc so close, duel he's in hand. Alistair falls to Offnu as well, so time to just relax a little bit here for Order.
Yeah, they've already done a lot of good work just probing top brackets nice and early on. You can see Apoc decides to retrieve the MP5, can actually make it work quite well with the armor and the helmet. It is going to be a B site take eventually with a bit of gunfire, but it has to be a hell of a couple of shots coming out from Hazard to make this work out. Offnu pretty much can be sneezed on and he's dead, but it's actually going to be a B site fake. That means only one defender here.
Yeah, Gyra doesn't do well enough to actually kill Hazard, but see how Ricky does on the entry here to A. Already, Avant starting to rotate Offnu back. Now he's on 2 HP. How much help is that going to be? I don't know. Apoc still on the site, surviving though, and you kind of get that timer running down quite quickly. Luckily, Order get themselves those 2 entries that they needed. Has a Mac 10 in hand, and that's not going to last too long at all. Order find their third. You can see them being a little bit tricky right now on the T side of Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's good to see when they actually do things like this. Normally, I criticize them a lot with Gyro. He's like, say, for example, out on the extremity, dies by himself, doesn't really do much. But in this instance, a lot better, right? Doesn't matter if he dies there or not. He buys a lot of time, gets critical information, sells the fake, and sets the rest of Order up for success there. And he's only got a Mac 10, so really not the biggest loss at the end of the day. We are going to be going into the eco. It's going to be the full pistol stack over at Nana. Or at the B bomb site, should I say, not Nana. Apoc, though, in a perfect position with the Zeus. This is actually a filthy position to be in where he is right now at the end of apartments.
Yeah, definitely one of the positions we see the Zeus get a large majority of its kills from. Smoke's going down on B, so maybe Order are going to walk into this trap, but doesn't seem like they're really committed to it, though. Bomb still sitting there on T stairs, so this is more of a probe than anything else. Gyra, again, is going to be sent in with that Mac 10 again. Sterling gets a 1-for-1. Blitz goes down in the smoke. Order are now starting to think, okay, well, we've seen 3 over towards the B bomb site. Chances are that there's a stack here. Let's just reset. Let's slow things down and go back to A.
Yeah, but once again, Apoc, if he's able just to get 1 here, that's actually pretty solid. But unfortunately, they go jungle way as opposed to boiler. So Order do manage to clear out. And this is what I actually like a lot on ecos, because if you do decide to go through Diggity, you force yourself into a bit of a crossfire between pit and sight sometimes, where you can get overwhelmed with the pistols. Over here, you're fairly confident no one's really playing the library/jungle position. Pretty much one and done areas as well. And you can just clear out a lot of these unfavorable positions relatively easily. So
certainly has been a solid start for Order, but you know, you kind of expect this nowadays off the back of the pistol. So 3-0, great for them. I almost feel like these days getting the pistol on CT side is more important really than getting it on the T side, if that makes sense, right? If you don't get it on CT side, I feel like you're hurt a lot more than if you don't get it on the T side. So that's where Avant is right now. They're in a rough position, obviously having to rely on themselves now in this gun round without anything to fall back on. If they don't win this, they're back to that eco again, and that's where Order starts to run away with things. Critical round to start off here for Avant, and I know you're a big fan of critical rounds, Kev, so it's round 4. Certainly got one of those on our hands.
Yep, good utility use early on for Avant to do a lot of damage, and they back out. So it's quite solid, but look at the change in pace. As a flashbang's a great one's been blinded out, and Blitz is going to be taken out. So Hazard going to be isolated behind the smokes, and Valiant's perfect lurk as well.
Oh!
But Offnu with a double spray down.
Through the smoke, Kev.
Yep, he's able to bring it back into a better scenario right now.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely a better scenario. 2-on-2, winnable for Avant. Sterling has a long rotation across, so did Valiant, but 1 point's not yet down, so cool, calm, and collected. Alistair has managed to find Offnu. This is going to prompt Sterling to go through the smoke. Valiant wasn't quite ready for it, and now Alistair locked on that left side of sight. Sterling well aware of it. Smoke goes down, courtesy of Alistair, to give himself some room to work with, but he needs to be careful against an AWP. He's been spotted out. Very risky from Alistair, but Sterling misses the shot, and that gives Alistair the time that he needs to now slink back away, hide in that smoke. Sterling might pre-fire the angle. He's won the 1v2 clutch. That is fantastic from Sterling.
Great stuff. And you can see he threads the needle, finds the perfect time to actually find the picks as well. That is a huge round for Avant to win. That should have been Order's round for sure, but a little bit of, I guess, miscommunication between Valiant and Alistair. They don't peek into the same angle or get into a crossfire. And as a result, they go down to the laser-sharp AWP of Sterling. But Order still have cash to buy into this, and Avant, I mean, they don't really have enough to fully invest in M4, so you can actually see a lot of FAMASas across the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difficulty, right? CT side economy. They get a buy, but it's not as good as their last one. Order have stacks of cash, so they can go back into the AKs and the AWP.
Look at this play, though. Once again, straight into the B bomb site. Smoke's going to be dropped, but Hazard just gets picked.
Offnu's pushing down towards bottom of Nana. If Blitz can get a few, could have been interesting. Only the one there from Blitz, though, and that really isn't going to give Offnu the time to work up Banana here. Gyrot surely has heard him and will dispatch of him as he runs through the smoke. Round's over for Avant here, but it's not over for Order, because there is still something that they can get out of this. If they take that AWP away, puts Avant really right back into an awkward economic situation.
Valiant is really keen to just try to hunt and see if he can hear anything, and he's actually... Oh, both players not really seeing each other. I think Order are also pretty keen in just holding on to these guns for now as well, because their economy is not really in the best position. The more money that you can build up right now, the better it is in the long run. They're just going to look at the last round as a bit of a blip. They know that the B bomb site's pretty weak, and what we're seeing right now is they're abusing the fact that Avant are dropping this utility a little bit late. They're recognizing that fact and they go in. But the question is, what are Avant going to do to change this? Are they going to send 3 to Nana? You can expect the micro adaptation from Order as well. They might just go straight into the A bomb site this time around with a pit execute. Right? You take the mid control, flash over chimney, and that's it. You have the site.
Tactical timeout for Avant, and a much needed one as well, because Order are rolling on that wave of momentum that they had from Train. That seems to have moved on into Inferno as well. You start to get the sense now that this is kind of Order's series to lose, which is quite far from the storyline that we were telling on the analyst desk earlier. I mean, when you think about it, the last matchup obviously was a 2-0 that went the way of Avant. That was in the upper bracket here of DreamHack Masters. There was, in fairness, a map that went the way of Order in ESCA a little earlier on, as we see a bit of aggression from the CT side. Or Alistair playing with fire. Peeking out like that. Sterling, though, won't be able to capitalize on it. But, yeah, I mean, you look back at the string of maps, it's pretty substantial right now for Avant. 5 out of the last 6 between the two teams have gone their way. I mean, I guess prior to this series starting.
Oh, Alistair looks away at the wrong time and actually throws away the AWP. Doesn't want to risk going down here. The USB has done a lot of damage. Can they get a pick is the real question. Hey, absolutely so. Offner actually picks off 2.
I mean, I guess the argument here is that he throws away the AWP and they can still find Sterling and kill him and take his AWP. It's interesting, though, from Alistair that that's what he would choose to do in a situation like that.
I think Sterling actually might go for this at the moment. He's picked up an AK-47. He's feeling pretty confident. And if he gets his pick on the Ricky, this is definitely doable at the moment. Ricky, not really aware of the flank potential, and is just going to get headshot. Straight headshot coming out. And Sterling, once again, in another position where he can clutch it out. It's got an HE grenade and smoke to work with. Gun barrel's been spotted out, though. And oh no, Jara's found the timing.
Even if Avant would have won that round just with the one gun alive, it's still a pretty bad result for them, all things considered, right? Because Order can buy back in, they got the bomb down, Avant survives with only one gun. They don't get out of that economic situation either way. I guess you'd still arguably prefer to win the round, but down 5-1, and this is chugging along quite nicely for Order. For Avant, at least, they have that loss economy built up. They've got the losers bonus. Double AWP comes out for them. What's your take on double AWP here on Inferno? It's something that I know a few people aren't too big of fans of.
I'm definitely not a huge fan of it, and there's a reason why. It's because you are forced into a bit more of a passive role on that B bomb site. You can get smoked off very easily and early on, flashed off these angles. Almost feels like there's nothing that you can do. I'd much prefer you have a single AWP, you get Sterling onto the Nana line, use your utility, and then 4 rifles locking down the A bomb site. But look, it's a difference in philosophy sometimes. If it works for Avant, obviously I look really silly.
Indeed. HE nade lands right on top of Ricky and does a huge chunk of damage. That was over in Banana. Bit of a slower round out here from Order at the moment.
The positive thing I have to say about the previous round where Avant's able to do so much damage and bring it into a 1-on-1 is that Avant have been able to do damage and force Order's economy into a bit of a bad position. Now comes a bit of diggity utility.
Oh, Alistair covers Valiance off very nicely indeed. And that's the opener that Order has been looking for. Now they only have to deal with 2 more players on the A-bomb site. Smokes go down. Apoc's kind of isolated himself away from the site. So if Sterling drops, the site is Order's. Well, I guess Apoc can save his gun at least.
This is a big save at the moment. And for Order, I would say maybe you can invest maybe 1 person going hunting. But that was just down to, okay, single flashbang. Avant try to take this map territory back. Doesn't work out because Alistair's on the angle. Still gets, I believe, a timing shot through the flashbang. And Sterling just barely misses a shot. You can see Astillo actually jiggled back, and that was a shoulder peek that drew out the shot. Jara gets the instant trade, and that's pretty much it. Done and dusted.
So no hunt from Order.
I think that's fine. You know the CTs have this loss bonus build up at the moment, and you don't really have the best money yourself. Build up the money. Give yourselves a bit of a chance if things go wrong with your money to be able to buy a few AK-47s. Okay, so Alistair wasn't even flashed.
Well, even with the loss bonus, Avant aren't really able to get a great buy through here. Often and Sterling have no armor. They've got a bit of utility. Sterling has to save as much as he can, but this aggression, oh, Az has just run right through that molly. That's not great at all. Was he fully flashed? I think he might have been.
Boost up, and oh my goodness, Ricky just rails Blitz, and that's the AWP actually lost. So
what a weird round.
That smoke actually might help out the T's a lot more because there is no way the CTs can sneak through it now. That smoke has actually helped in that instance.
Unbelievable. What is going on in this round?
Apoc's still going to try to do some damage, but I mean, no one from Avant's really firing up at the moment. It just feels like Order are just hitting all these shots. Confidence is the key right now for them.
No reason not to be confident for Order. They had 14 rounds on the T side of Train. Now they're up 7-1 on Inferno, so
13 rounds.
13. Okay.
Well, I'm splitting hairs at that stage.
Yeah, I mean, in reality,
I'm being that person that I hate.
What does it really matter? Let's be real.
Exactly. It's still a phenomenal amount, and for Avant, it was absolutely nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the same on Inferno, right? I mean, it's not 13, it's not 14, but it's 7-1, and so what is that? 7, 13, 20.
But this is the part where this is like the classic Order game where they go up so far ahead, they look really good, and then their advantage starts slipping away. That's like the classic Order play. Think about how many games you see Order go up to a 10-1 start for it to heat around to a 5-10 finish.
Yeah.
Still a chance for Avant to get back into this.
100%.
CT side, now they've got another gun round to work with. just a single AWP this time. And this is something I do agree with. Hopefully they try to take some Nana control because we haven't seen them win Nana off order just yet.
I mean, I think there's a fair bit to prove for both of these teams, right? Right now, a lot of the pundits that are sort of giving their opinions on the scene are putting Avant ahead of Order based on the results that we've seen in the likes of ANZ Champs, so far here in DreamHack Masters. So Order have that to sort of play with, right? If they get the win over Avant here, if they go into that upper bracket again, or into that grand final against Renegades again, you know, that's 2 events back-to-back where they've been in the grand final against Renegades, and granted, Avant didn't play in Road to Rio, but, you know, at least there is that result on the board then for Order, which still kind of keeps the discussion going. Whereas for Avant, you know, if they are able to make it through to the grand final here, it kind of proves again why they should have been in Road to Rio, reinforces the fact that they're the second best team in the region behind Renegades, and gives them a chance at Renegades as well in the grand final. Not something that they get all that often. Hazza starts off well. This time it's Jira going down, and I don't know how much information that really gives to Avant, given that Jira has consistently been a player that sort of floated over toward the B side, looked for a bit of a cheeky entry here or there. So you can't draw too much from that.
Yep, but more presence actually forces out the utility, and the good thing for the B bomb site players, they've got both smokes to play with and incendiary grenades right now.
A lot of utility being thrown on in. There is only 2 players over here on the B bomb site, but Blitz should get a free kill onto Valiance, and Ustillo didn't get the info, did not get the memo. The Blitz was playing by Coils, which is still where he stands. Look like this will be a lackluster round for Order, as Ricky has to back away. And that's the round that Avant needed. That's the one they've been looking for the first 8 rounds of this half. Finally, they've got 5 players alive and they can build up.
Absolutely, and that was a very clean B-side hold. You saw earlier on, right? Order, if they take Nana, they try to abuse the fact on the B-bomb side that maybe Avant have utility out they wait for something. They try to charge through this time, try to get the off timing, but now guns out in hand. Avant set up a very disciplined crossfire, and they managed to make it work to perfection. Order, though, can still buy back into this. So Alistair's looking maybe to challenge mid. No.
Jira again is just going to probe towards the B bomb site. It just seems like Order's not too interested in A at all. Again, another execute. This time, the result seems like it'll be very much the same. A double kill on Coils. Valiance is waiting for the push from Offner that they've seen a few times going down mid, and he does manage to find that kill, which does also leave APOC alone on A. This might be a bit of a masterstroke, actually, from Order coming back to this bomb site, unless APOC can make some magic happen. He's got so many to find, and they line up for him. Alistair now in the 1-on-3, but he's on 9 HP, and Sterling is booking it towards the A site.
Yeah, and that's just the case of Order. Normally, they've looked so good and disciplined on the entries. This time around, not so. And a 1-on-3. Oh, my goodness. Alistair, of course, is going to be challenging that 9 HP. Still a bit of a chance for him to get into a solid position, but in Graveyard, a one-and-done situation. They have so many angles they need to clear, and surely you'd be expecting Graveyard as one. There you have it. Alistair gets a shot down. Oh. He gets the kill. Oh, Hazza, he'll get the headshot as the Incendiary Grenade places pressure on.
Dude, that was actually way too close. Honestly, yeah, the molly's probably going to kill Alistair, but what if he pops up and gets the kill onto Hazza just before he dies?
I saw a realm where that happened, because you'd expect Alistair on 9 HP to do stuff like that.
Especially, right? The form that he's been in here in DreamHack Masters, he's up 11-5 here on Inferno, and okay, yes, he doesn't win the round, but he puts it all the way back down to 1 gun remaining, and Avant have to reinvest 4 weapons. So Order, I mean, on the T side, it really doesn't matter what they're at right now. They can do whatever they want. They can buy as much as they want. And Avant, you know, they just can't quite get out of the clutches of this economy right now.
But it is a good thing at this stage that at the very least they're able to get a couple of CT rounds on the board. They're starting to build up money on some of these members as well. You can already see that APOC and Hazza has a little bit of cash reserve, which is always a great thing. As Jira, once again, they're trying to challenge his B bomb site, but it looks like it's been a very solid hold so far from Avant. More than happy to play defensive, because that's what's working.
Yeah, good adaptation so far from Avant. They've kind of recognized what Order is trying to do constantly over toward the B bomb site, and it's starting to look a little bit one-dimensional right now on the T side here for Order. You'd like to see them change things up a little bit, maybe put a bit of pressure onto the A bomb site earlier rather than the B bomb site. Do something a little bit different. Try and catch Avant off guard. because time and time again now, that B bomb site has been shut down by Avant.
And this is the problem, though. They're coming into the A bomb site right now with, I mean, a numbers deficit. No read at exactly what's going on over at Nana. And I think for Avant at this stage, more than happy just to play defensive crossfires, drop some defensive utility and go from there. Great shot coming out from Ofnu with the M4 from Graveyard. Puts Alistair in the grave and puts Avant in a better position to take a few more rounds on the CT side.
Well, that's nice from Valiance. Maybe Avant can still suffer a couple of losses in this round. Valiance! He's got another one onto APOC. Suddenly it starts to look winnable for him. 1v2, has to collect that bomb, has to put it down on the floor pretty quick. He will manage it. And if Blitz gives him the one-on-one here, Valiance actually is definitely in with a chance. Oh, a bit of a swing from Blitz, but Valiance can't land the shot. Either way, still taking 3 guns away from Avant, so there's something in it for Order. But a fair few rounds in a row now for Avant, and Order must be scratching their head a little bit.
I think for Order, it's just take this Nana control, smoke off, throw a bit of utility, but stop throwing manpower at it. You don't really need to lose Gyro nice and early on. If he gets the kill, sure, they get the B bomb side, but it's 3 rounds in a row now that you've been unable to find the pick. You've actually put yourself at a deficit. Imagine if you had 5 people going onto the A bomb site just then like that. That would have been a 3-on-1 or like a 3-on-2 retake. They've actually forced Avant into a pretty poor situation on the CT side where they can't get that 4th member floating over because they don't have any Nana control. So a tactical timeout now to discuss about what to do, and I hope they do go ahead with taking Nana control, but not proceeding any further beyond that. For now.
For now.
And maybe Avant's going to adapt by putting 3 to Nana early on, because maybe they want to bully Order and take this Nana control. You've gotten 3 rounds in a row now. You've got some cash to work with, getting confidence on some of your players as well.
What's the name of the game here for Order? I almost want to just see them throw caution to the wind and sort of do something a little bit silly. Run down mid, rush toward A or something like that. Try and see if they can catch Avant off guard. It's just been consistently 2 defenders on A early. This time it's actually Avant that's getting aggressive. Down in towards mid, and Ofnu has just rampaged over them in Banana. Oh, dearie me. Oh, Order was not prepared for that at all.
Yep, perfect micro adaptation from Avant, and yeah, Order just don't expect it. And that's the thing, right? It just feels like Avant, now they're starting to wake up a little bit. They're staying 1 step ahead right now. And Order, they need to think 1 step ahead. Valiant's last man left standing, trying to find some damage through the smoke. But now all the CTs know where he is.
Yeah, and I don't know that this is going to be a situation now where we can be kind of grasping at straws to find a positive for Order out of the round, right? Previous few, at least, they've been able to do a bit of economic damage. They've been able to take some guns away from Avant. Had 5 guns alive. It looks like that's probably what's going to stay for Avant. Admittedly, a few low HP players, so maybe if Valiance is given some opportunities, they can do something, but APOC does shut it down pretty quick, smart. And this is what you were talking about. How often have we seen a good start for Order?
Yep.
Slowly slip back away from them as their opponent adapts. Ofnu, great work in Banana. APOC also charging down mid.
Yeah, so Avant came into that with a perfect plan. They just went, all right, no more Nana control for you guys.
Bob's having a good time in the flowers.
He's stock. Pistols out now to play with for Order, as their economy has been defeated, finally, by Avant, who have done a lot of good work on the CT side to come back into this.
You know what the thing is, though? Like, with the pistols here, Order are liable to just fly a little bit, right? Not worry too much about what they're doing in this round, and that could potentially be a problem for Avant. You see, very quickly, Order running all the way into Arch. 3 have gotten across. With Blitz so close in Nana, if he goes down early, this is going to be very, very bad for Avant. Hazza does have a big job to do, but he falls over to Valiance. Ofnu gets there, maybe just in time. APOC also charged down mid, but Ricky's got that kill. He can go to A. Ricky's the one with the bomb. Avant thinks it's B.
What is this round eventuating at the moment? Finally, he goes back to A. He can get the bomb plant down, but a 1-on-3 clutch with no armor, it's going to be very, very hard to complete. He has to try to isolate these angles. He can't really stay on bomb site. Needs to fight something, but he's actually going to go over towards pit. And This actually diminishes his chances of, well, I don't know. There's not actually that much utility for Avant to work with.
Well, the benefit of Pit is at least it gives you a lot of cover and a lot of options as far as what kind of engagements you want to take. So far, he hasn't spotted anyone, but Sterling should go down here. It doesn't cost too much of Ricky's HP. Wasn't as clean as he might have liked, but hey, it's a start, and how many more can he get? Off news down now. 1 on 3 for Ricky. Just doesn't manage to hold on to that spray against Splits again. Avant get by on the skin of their teeth. And really, you got to now kind of feel like for Order, they're just... I mean, I don't want to say getting unlucky per se, because they're even lucky to get it to that point, but think about how many of these rounds have gone down to just one player alive for Avant. And what a difference that could have made to this half. Had Order been able to secure one of them.
Yeah, 100%. I would say that would be the case, but Avant as well, they've just been getting unlucky themselves a lot of the time. How many times do you expect, all right, they've actually crunched into the B bomb site. There's a guy that's sitting in trench for that long. And they've honestly made so many of these good reads on the defensive side as well on the CT side. They've managed to understand that, okay, Order take this early Nana control. Look at this mass rotation coming out. They get the members using the utility early at Nana, switching back into the A bomb site, getting to set up the crossfire, then they shift the normal B site players back over who've got the full set of grenades now to play with for an entire minute. That's what I mean. Avant are doing the small steps, right? To complete the half, at least, in their favour.
Can still go to 9-6. Order win this round, and I'm not going to be able to buy back in, so it's not going to be an easy territory for Order to hit. Often has been spotted by Valiance, but Sterling's there for the crossfire, so too is APOC, and well, A site's not been cracked open here by Order, but Ustilo has managed to creep out onto balcony, so there's a chance for him to actually get a double kill. Doesn't quite manage to land it. Now Sterling's going to be alerted to his presence. Will turn around and get that trade. Ricky, again with a 1 on 3, but this time it's not going to be even close. 7 apiece.
And the difference there is Estilo doesn't jump up, doesn't try to play the timing game. He should surely spot the barrel there, but he just completely misses the spray, even though both of the CTs on the angle. So some of the individual abilities right now for Order starting to fall away a little bit here. And Avant are setting themselves up. They're always changing a look as we're coming into the final round of the half.
Oh, APOC. I mean, Valiance has been sharp so far on Inferno. He's only 10 and 8, so it's not like a blistering scoreline, but I feel like every time I see him get a kill, it's just like clean. It's clean. That's the way I'd describe it. Blitz gets Valiance in much the same fashion as he's been getting players earlier on. Either way, this is going to be a tough one to retake for Avant. They've got 2 on 4 ahead of them, and Gyro will spam Hazza through the smoke. So Sterling finds himself in a 1 on 4, which he turned into a 1 on 3. Deagle in hand.
Something good to say about Sterling. He's been pretty good in these clutch situations so far. And he's going to be grabbing a lot of utility to work with as Estilo just roasted again. A double serving a roasted lobster so far in this series, which is pretty solid if you're a seafood fan, not if you're an Order fan. That said, though, perfect crossfire being set up right now, and I'd say that no chance of Sterling winning that as Alistair pops his head back up. 8-7, even Stevens as we go into a halftime break. Who's going to take the victory? Are we going to see a map number 3? Well, you'll just have to wait and find out.
touch me. I'll give it all up just to be with you. I'm so happy, now you've got me. I'll surrender all my love to you. Don't you see what you're doing to me? I'm in love and I can't break free. Now I'm begging.
Heading back into the second half here, it's Order 8 and 7. They at least managed to clinch themselves a round advantage out of that first half. But you've got to think what it could have been. They were up 7-1 at one point, Kevin. And to only get one round advantage out of that must be leaving a bit of a sour taste in the mouth.
It's the classic Order Inferno. After watching CS as long as I have, watching Order play Inferno, it just happens every single time. Look, in this case, you can't really blame Order a lot of the time. I think maybe 2 rounds, they were just a little bit too over-enthusiastic committing to the same bomb site. Afterwards, it was really Avant just taking control of that entire half. They played that really, really well towards the end. Starting with a pistol, it is going to be a B-side execute, but look at Valiance's position. He's pushed so deep down. Surely they should start rotating more members over.
He does just throw the HE a little bit too early, but the smoke is perfectly timed. Avant opting not to push off the back of that, though, is kind of a big brain move because it's cost Order all of their utility. One difficulty here for Avant is that they are now more or less committed toward the B bomb site, because if they exit, Order are going to know about it, that's for sure. And even if they do commit to this B site, there is going to be a lot of Order players there very quickly indeed. And Valiance continues to look sharp. Now Gyra is under that pressure as he's got a lot of T's headed in his direction. Won't be able to do too much. APOC is waiting in a banana. That is a very nicely executed pistol round from Avant. You've got to give them credit for that.
Yep, able to trade each other out, covering off the sectors nice and early on. And you can see Order just unable to get the crossfires working. Still a little bit of a chance, though, as Alistair is alive and he's always a threat alongside with Ricky. But with the positions that they have and with no ammunition, I think, in Alistair's pistol, I think that's pretty much it. I think Ricky's just going in with the knife. There you have it. Pistol round taken by Avant. Scoreline's 8 apiece, and I would say Order will probably force up a little bit in this round.
Yep, wouldn't be too surprising. So here we go. This is where things start to get a little bit interesting because you kind of get the sense that Avant now are pulling ahead. Avant have that momentum, and where I said earlier, it kind of feels like Order's series to lose. It's now slipping back the other way. You know, it's kind of feeling like Avant are the ones that are inevitably going to finish off Inferno with the advantage, and Order will see us forced through to nuke. But I say they're not going to be too pleased about. Close for Alistair. Bit of damage onto Offnu, but nothing too substantial. Ustillo rotates back into the bomb site. The player comes across as well from B, and that is Ricky into Library. Has a deagle in hand. Unfortunately for Order, it's going to be Avant that go over toward the B bomb site. Sterling gets Ricky as well. This round hasn't been without its opportunities for Order. We've seen now 3 one-on-ones that have all gone the way of Avant.
Yeah, but Avant always put themselves in a situation where even if that one-on-one is resolved, Avant are able to bypass it and navigate it with ease at that stage. So, look, and once again, I have to say that for Avant, I think the key here for their T side is going to be the fact that they can abuse this B bomb site. Gyro needs to step up huge if Order are to take this 2-0, because you can bet your horses that he's the weakest link at the moment. On this entire Order roster, all he needs to do is find a single good half, and that's it. It will make the job of the A-site players that much easier.
Not too sure about this round for Order. Number 18 featuring a Deagle, a CZ, a bunch of USPs, and a trusty Zeus that Ricky likes to pick up more often than not when he doesn't have anything else in the back pocket. Has been a while since he got a Zeus kill. Would like to see it. Valiant and Ustilo are going to have to be the ones to make the difference here, though. And Valiant spams away with that Deagle. Ustilo has spotted the player close to him. That was Sterling, but elects to back away. The CZ not providing enough firepower on its own to take that challenge. So already the round starts to open up a little bit for Avant. They've taken brackets control. They've taken Nana control. They have the advantage in terms of weaponry, that's for sure. This should be pretty straightforward for them to finish off.
Yeah, definitely shouldn't see an upset here coming out. Often who goes down, doesn't matter because the rest of the boys are orientated over at B. And there's absolutely no site defenders there at all. I think Often actually might find the god timing at the moment as well. He should be rewarded with at least 2.
Yep, that's pretty good. Be happy with that. Still and Jara down. Easy as you like. More money for Ofnu, who's really been farming up a storm actually with that Mac 10 so far in this half. It's going to go and fall into the hands of Alistair, who I would imagine would like to also farm up a little bit of cash, being the AWPer of this CT side.
He's just going to find his chance to go in, but I think he's been shoulder spotted. And there's a big gap inside that smoke as well. But Blitz just decides to avoid it. Haz is going to be on site. Late exit. Should be able to pick up a couple of kills, hopefully, with the Mac 10 himself. Goes and fights with the 5-7 as well. Oh.
I don't mind the 5-7 at that range. Better than the Mac 10, I think.
I disagree. 5-7 after it falls out about the 5 meter mark, it's just not accurate enough to really to do the damage these days. So first gun round is coming out from Order though, and they do have the AWP in the hands of Alistair, but Avant now off to a 2-round lead, which makes them comfortable in taking the bonus round. A lot of SMGs still in the hands of the players alongside the Glil. If they manage to make this work out, that's going to give their economy a massive bonus. Now, they are going to be heading over to second mid instead.
Yeah, well, another one of those critical rounds, CT round. Very much required for Order here. I always feel like the first gun round is so crucial for the CT side if they lose the pistol, just to get that economy built up from the outset. This grenade is going to be perfectly timed from Ustilo. Oh, look at that. That's juicy.
That is a juicy nade indeed, but Order need to take this Nana control soon and rotate this 4th member over. You can see already they're doing the shuffle, trying to get Alistair into position, but they might have just missed their timing. Avant are ready to bust out. They've got Blitz throwing that chimney flash.
Oh, but another grenade goes in, this time more damage to Hazza, who is really going to get blown over by a stray wind. Ricky and Valiance holding strong so far. It was Ricky rotating across that actually got that kill. Ustilo now chimes in, standing on the bomb site. And Sterling finds himself alone. It's all over. Order get the round that they required. 10-9, but 4 guns alive. Yes, they're at a deficit as far as the rounds are concerned, but they started off the CT half well.
Yep, and that was a bonus round, and that was with Order actually in a bit of a precarious situation on the A bomb site. Really good crossfire coming out from Ustilo and Valiance to hold off on that. The flashbang is just not going deep enough to get those site players, and as a result, Valiance is able just to stay alive alongside with Ricky.
Big nade coming through again.
Sterling gets the pick, though.
Gyro does swing off the back of the flash. Should be able to get himself a kill here and does trade Sterling down. Not to mention a bit of extra damage onto Hazza. So overall, it's worked out adequately, I will say, for Order. You know, it's not an advantage, that's for sure. But if they find a pick unanswered, Avant are going to be in a good spot. Luckily for Order, at least they're able to trade it back. Still over toward the A bomb site goes Avant. A lot of utility still in the back pocket here of Valiance and Ustilo.
They're just relying on the site crossfires at the moment, which is so brave. And it's not going to work out as Blitz is able to answer accordingly. And Ustilo trying to stay alive in the smoke, can only grab one. Great entries coming in from Blitz. And now the close range AWP against APOC.
Not going to go the way of Ricky.
That's Order's economy is pretty much reset at this stage.
Yep.
Yeah, 4 alive, but I wouldn't be fully confident in investing in the next one. Sure, Driver's got the AWP, but he just gets deleted by APOC.
Doesn't have it for too long.
I mean, you'd be a bit of a fool, I would say, for Order to completely invest in this round. Maybe a couple of Deagles and your players with more money. You've got the loss bonus working for you. Try to do some damage to the T-side economy. They are going to go with a sensible route here. They understand they need the weapons and the firepower, as well as the utility to really make the CT half work for them. But Avant, every single round they can get here cleanly is an all-around that brings us closer to nuke.
You're absolutely right. It's going to be a bit of pill to swallow for Order after being up 7-1 here on Inferno. Trying to make a comeback happen on the CT side. We talk about how difficult that has been these days with the economy the way that it is. Often very well aware that Ricky's sitting in the cutout. He's going to deliver him a grenade and call for the molly there as well. Doesn't manage to land the shot on the cross. Who could be in trouble, but the connections aren't really there from Justillo or from Valiance. And so Order just slowly but surely crumbling in this round. Hazard a spam through the smoke, gets Alistair. It's kind of looking a little bit too easy here for Avant on this T side.
Yeah, I mean, both sides, T sides have been the better halves so far. So you've got to give that to them at the end of the day. Keeping 5 alive for this round is going to be really solid for Avant. That's going to be money building up, especially for APOC. And a bit of a buffer as well. If Order do manage to sneak one round here and there, then Avant can buy back up and try to damage the CT economy, put it in the bin, and just keep adding to the round count and just to separate things further away. Ooh. I don't think that's worth it for Jara, to be honest. He had body armor and an incendiary grenade.
Yeah, it's not going to cost Avant too much.
Yeah. I can see the intention, though, because normally you'd maybe expect one person to be there, but he swings around, he sees 4, there's 4 that have snuck up silently. You're not going to be expecting that. So, look, fair enough at the end of the day.
Tactical pause for Order, and it'll have to be a big passage of play to get them back into this map of Inferno. I'm kind of resigned to the fact, really, now that it looks like Avant is going to push this one through to a third. But as we do tend to watch quite a bit of Counter-Strike from this region, we are always prepared for a comeback. But I don't know that I was prepared for an Order comeback. In that first map, can they do it twice? Definitely need to get 3 rounds in a row. Bring it back to 12-12, build the money up. And start to go from there. I think right now, though, for Order, they kind of have to take it 1 round at a time. Double AWP setup is the choice. Alice is going to try and get aggressive into mid and will be flashed. Blitz does a lot of damage there, and Alistair does just survive, but already an exchange of damages. Hazard cops a bit as well. HE nades have been pretty well utilized so far by Order, and again, there's another.
Oh, great shot coming out from Sterling to pick off Jira. Wasn't expecting Sterling to push through the edge of that smoke grenade. And now the B-bomb site under real big threat. Ricky has to pull off a Stewie 2K at the moment to hold on.
I see the head of Hazard, gets that headshot across, but now he's going to be mollied off and desperately needs the backup from his teammates. He's not quite getting it, can't peek in time. Sterling will finish him off. Another kill for him. HE-nade in hand, and Justillo's waiting to hear the bomb plant go down. Valiance has managed to grab himself a kill. Here comes that HE-nade. Does a good amount of damage to Sterling. Salvageable round for Order, but desperate round for them as well.
I mean, APOC's taking a dink, and the rifles can definitely make this work out, but with no kits, they really have to accelerate the pace on this right now. 2 coming in from construction, 1 in CT. Blitz is going to be flashed in. Spots 1 ducking over to construction. They're going to face it together, and that's it. I would actually just say that this map has been won by Avant. Just on that pure round, just there.
Yeah.
Order have not looked good enough on that B-bomb site to justify a map victory.
I mean, I don't think it's just that 1 round, Kev. I mean, you look at this half, and Order's only been able to get 1 round.
Yeah.
This entire half.
So they've only had 3 buy rounds, you have to remember that. But Avant just coming back with a vengeance, and that's why for Order, the biggest weakness on that T side was the failure to micro-adapt and think ahead of Avant from an early stage. And I think this time we're not going to be seeing a comeback as epic as we saw in Train, unfortunately, but as soon as I say that, just maybe.
Yeah, I guess you can't really count it out just yet. Ustillo, though, does go down pretty early. So far, seems like the pistol buys have been fairly lackluster for Order here, but Alistair might have something to say about it, and APOC playing a headshot angle right now does give Alistair another opportunity. HUnade's going to go flying past Alistair. A little bit of a tickle. Good utility usage over on B from Order.
A great patience as well from APOC, recognizing the danger, backs out of there. But Valiant's also committing to the push right now, but APOC just doing so well to deflect from this aggression. And now this is all falling apart once again for Order. As Avant just wait patiently, everything falls into their laps and they're more than happy to take it.
As you would be.
Sterling hasn't checked boost, which is okay because the bomb's actually gone A instead.
It's an AK over to Ricky. Might not be able to hold on to it though. APOC also drops. Looks like Ricky's keen to go for this retake, but he'll be mollied off. So should not be able to get too much more out of this one. Time's of the essence, of course.
$14 to 9. Nuke's going to be exciting. That's all I'm saying. I know it sounds really bad that I've already written Order off from the CT half of Inferno, but I mean, the reality is for Avant, they just look too good on this T side for now.
I agree.
Unless Order are able to make the micro adaptation to Nana, get 3, fight it out early on, reinforce the A site defenses. Maybe there's a chance of them getting 2-3 rounds, getting that confidence back and maybe trying to make that run back. But single up. Only 2 over at the B bomb site, and Sterling has the big green and he's leading the charge right now. Posted on the angle.
This is Order's last chance. It's the one that they have to win if they want to turn it into a 2-0 victory today. Already losing their primary AWP, but it's not a fun time.
Alistair was not expecting the second AWP.
Nope.
And that's why he goes down. You hear the AWP shot at Nana, you go, I'm relatively safe to peek into here, and Blitz has got the AWP waiting for him. Beautiful stuff coming out from Avant once again. He goes back and picks up the AK, so...
Well, they have the luxury of a bit of cash to be able to do that, Avant. So it'll be a pop flash in for Valiant, who takes the opportunity to peek into mid and doesn't see a whole lot. Right now, Ricky's kind of playing that floater position between A and B in CT spawn. Valiant's going to join him. Order's really hedging their bets that this is going to be a B play.
You have to gamble stack at the moment. 4 and 5 with no utility. Have to try to make a play somewhere. And Gyra, I think, is just going to go down without a fight. No, he actually does fight it out quite well. And this is precarious at the moment, but look at this rotation that's coming out.
Order, they've called incorrectly. Aggression out from Gyra. He's going to get at least the early information that it's going to be a play from Avant towards the B bomb side. It was Valiant's. It was nearly over at A, but he has to turn around pretty quick smart. Utility's going to be thrown in. That bomb plant denied a little bit by the Molotov, but plenty of time still for Avant to play with. You still spotted at the bottom of Banana. Avant definitely having difficulty getting that bomb down, but now that they do, things favor them. 2 smokes for the retake here for Order.
Have to go in because it's do and die pretty much. You can't really save right now. Have to try to commit to this. You have just too big of a round deficit and 2 people facing Garden.
Yeah, not going to be an easy one here for Ricky and Valiant's first kill definitely needs to go the way of Ricky. Neither will go to Order. Ustillo knows that the round is over. Backs away, but it's just another nail in the coffin for Order. This second half from Avant has been about as good as the second half that Order had on train.
At the very least, the AWP can be preserved by Order, but just really hasn't really had the impact it's needed to. So Avant now with 6 map points to bring it back to 1 apiece. Great double garden hold as well. That's why that position's so strong with 2 riflers. You can actually see the shadow. And potentially into the final round now, where Order, at the very least, they've got that double up set up running again. They've got firepower to work with. But out comes the Nana push.
Ricky's managed to catch Blitz. It's a small start for Order to a very big task. 6 rounds on the trot here on Inferno CT side when they've only gotten 1 so far against Avant. Seems like an impossible task. But in Counter-Strike, nothing is impossible. Flashes go through. Ricky will respond with a shot. This is much better from Order. Got to give credit to Ricky. Going down without a fight. Valiance also wins an aim duel with a FAMAS. Has to tuck himself into the corner. Ofnu's getting aggressive, and chances are Valiance goes down, but he gets Ofnu all the way down to 1 HP. Order can revel in the fact that they've got 4 guns alive there. So, 1 down, 5 to go.
This is pretty much you have... Avant's got 5 chances to figure out something. They're going to take a tactical pause nice and early. Don't want to let this one bleed out. And I would say for this one, probably just drop a few pistols over. Often it doesn't really have the opportunity for a full buy. You can still actually buy 3 rifles or 2 rifles here, armor and pistol on some of the other players. And just wait until the next round to have even a better buy. Just try to bully Order's economy a little bit. Try to get a few picks here and there. Try to make sure when you're in the next round, you're versing FAMAS's limited utility as opposed to the full buy that Order do have right now. Nope, they're actually going to fully invest with a couple of drop weapons, which is also pretty good.
Yeah, it doesn't really hurt, to be honest. They've got a very, very good buy here. Battles is going to get. Oh. Alistair, however, showing a little bit more prowess now with the Orb in hand. It's the Orbs that are doing the damage for Order. Is there still another chapter to this story of Inferno? It's a good start.
Yep.
But so was 7-1. And we're at 15-10. So Avant very much able to come back into a round like this. Alistair with another critical shot in the near future. The flash is going to be thrown on in by Blitz, and this time not connecting. Has to back on away. Almost going to get charged down. Jaira offers no defense on the B site, and just look at that. Look at how easy it is for Avant to run into the B bomb site. All it takes is a couple of missed shots from Alistair. He's going to die to the Molotov as well.
All I'm saying is, remember when I said that the key for Avant was the B-bomb site? There's an exact reason why there. Look, this retake's still doable, 3-on-3, but APOC and Ofnu make it even more unlikely now. They know where the last player is coming in from. I feel like this is all over, Jordan.
Have to agree with you, Kev. That is going to be it as well. APOC seals the deal, 16-10 for Avant in the second map, making amends for that loss on Train. They'll push us through to Nuke, and we have plenty to talk about, so don't go too far because we are going to be breaking down Inferno right after this.
Hey, it's me, Lily from AT&T. I'm back, working from home, and here to help.
Hey Lily, I'm hearing a lot about 5G. Should I be getting excited?
Depends. Are you going to want faster speeds?
I will.
More reliability?
Oh, also yes.
Better response times?
Definitely.
Are you going to be making sourdough bread?
Oh, is that 5G related?
No, it's just like, why is everyone making sourdough now? But yes, you're going to want 5G.
AT&T is building 5G on America's best network. Visit att.com to learn more.
fast but set in stone. Feel so close, but the wind is bringing me back home. One way down, falling faster than the speed of sound. Breathing out as the moment's crashing to the ground. I'm ready to fall. Ready to fall.
Avant get themselves a 16 and 10 on Order's map of choice, which was Inferno, and it was a very lackluster CT side from Order that really seemed like it was what let them down, but there was also times where they didn't really manage to get enough done on the first half as well. So we talk about this as a holistic thing, Kevin, and you didn't seem to be particularly impressed by what you saw there on Inferno.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I felt like on the T side when it was about the 8 or 9 round mark, okay, Avant start adapting a little bit. This is the part where you have to think ahead and try to counter-adapt. You have to really get into your mind of your opponents, knowing that Avant love to play around, love to try to figure out what you're doing. You need to get ahead, but we've seen once again that failure to adapt. And when it came to the CT side, the lack of firepower became ever so clear, all right? Istillo just not firing. 9 kills and 16 deaths. He's really one of the linchpins that needs to succeed right now for Order. We're not seeing that. And the B bomb site, look, I already said it was already going to be weak due to the fact that Jara has been struggling recently in form against some of these stronger opponents, and that's continued once again.
Yeah, Pilsky, you were obviously sitting out the back there having a bit of a watch, I'm sure. What's your takeaway from that map? Is there something wrong in the Order world?
I just feel like a bit of a broken record because I feel like it's come down a lot to the inconsistent individual players on Order. To be fair though, I think Avant are actually playing quite a good series on the T side so far. Both teams really are playing great T sides. It's just that it feels like Order's a little bit more inconsistent than their opponent, and that's what's really letting them down in this series. I mean, both of them are playing a good series from half to half. It's just that, again, like I said, it's a little less consistent from Order, and they seem to be making a few more mistakes than their opponent.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Sterling. You know, he's a player that we've seen a lot from here in the last couple of days of DreamHack. We've spoken about Sterling a lot. He's been very consistent for Avant, and yeah, not a bad map for him there either on Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely. He was able to get a lot of work done towards the end of the CT side with the AWP. And even just picking up the rifle on the T side, he was able to win so many clutches. do damage to the CT economy as well when they're on the T side. I don't know. It's just like you can look at the rating and go, he's got 1.26, but it's actually just all impact from him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Sterling's a super solid player. I kind of feel like it's maybe a little bit redundant in that map to be highlighting an individual, because for me it kind of seemed like it was really all across the board for Avant. You know, I think if I was to actually talk about anyone, I'd kind of want to talk about APOC and Offnu. They seemed like the dynamic duo that we always like to sort of allude to them as on the CT side in particular, the way that they were sort of with like, I don't know whether it was like controlled aggression or just aggression in general, but the way that they were kind of controlling that CT side was quite impressive.
Yeah, you see them do that quite often. You know, it's an underrated aspect that they have so much experience between them that they really know how to shut down some of these executes that you see time and time again. You see evidence of that in their game against Renegades, where you watch APOC and Offnu sort of try and shut down that short push by pushing into it rather than falling back.
Yeah, exactly. Great to see from APOC and Offnu. We're going to hope to see good stuff from them as we head into Nuke fairly shortly. We'll take a quick break. Don't go too far though, because map 3 is coming up.
What I like. We'll take it straight to the top. Yeah. Come on, everybody, this is how we shake it up. We came here to party and we are gonna take it up. Wanna go for a ride? Cause we're coming alive. Do you feel that feeling? From the floor to the ceiling. It's burning up and we don't stop. Do you feel that feeling? Control, and I feel it in my bones, and I don't wanna let it go. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na.
Some might play, but I don't wanna rush and make mistakes. And she don't care about the money, she don't wanna be a star. She just gives me good loving, so I keep her in my heart, yeah. Cause if we keep it in the moment, yeah, hope you never go too far. If it's one thing I know, we can move slow, and we can run down the clock. Baby, I got time, eh, 24 hours for you, eh, and you're on my mind like all the time, yeah. I got 24 hours for you.
Well, here we go into map number 3. It is Nuke, and it is the third map between Avant and Order. Now, we've seen these two teams play against each other on Nuke in recent times, and it did go the way of Avant, so I'm not so sure how Order is going to be feeling going into this. Having said that, we look at the scoreline there, we look at the statistics, 75% coming up there for Order. What are your thoughts on this one, Pilski? Is it going the way of Order, or is it going the way of Avant?
It's got nothing to do with the map at this point.
Sure,
that's my
I agree,
view on
actually.
it. Yeah, like I think both of these teams can competently play Nuke to a reasonable degree. I think the interesting fact is that the T side has been the stronger of the two for both of these squads. So heading into a map like Nuke, it's a map where if you are competent on the T side, you can take over the game and you can hit some pretty niche timings and actually make it look strong. But if things don't go well for you, the CT side economy gets rolling, you can find yourself pretty quickly at a deficit, actually.
Yeah, the odds shifting backwards and forwards, really going into that last map. We did see Order quite heavily advantaged. Now, Kev, I asked you this at the start of the second map about your prediction, how you were feeling after seeing Avant go down in map number 1. Now you've seen him come back into map 2. You're going to be the one departing us for this third and final map, but where are you sitting?
Look, I predicted actually 2-1 at the end of the day, so I'll put it that way. All I'm really excited for right now, it's all down to this Rams fight. You've got APOC and Ricky, a lot of experience, a lot of aim ability between both of them. Sterling, is he going to be able to continue carrying the form over? How are both sides going to go on that CT side? As you guys have identified, the T side's looking great.
Yeah,
no problems at all.
That's a very good point, actually. Yeah. I mean, we're going to have to keep an eye on the CT sides here in particular. We'll wait and see who ends up winning this knife round. But look, Pilsky, I almost feel like at this point, if you're either of these teams, you win that pistol round, you're taking T side.
Oh, if you win the knife round, you mean?
Yeah, if you win the knife, sorry, not the pistol.
It depends on your mentality, right? Because at the end of the day, it's the same sort of thing as you saying, oh, Renegade should start on the T side of Dust 2. Sometimes you do start on the less favoured side so that you're able to switch over and, you just get the most you can done in the first half and then switch over to the stronger side and close out the game there.
Oh, well, here we go into the third and final map between Order and Avant. The odds about as even as they can be, slightly favouring Avant. But it'll be Order to start on the CT side. So, Alistair has himself a smoke. The rest have gone for armor. Bit of utility here for Avant as well, similar to what we saw on their T-pistol of Inferno.
Oh, it's a quick one straight into the upper bomb site. You see Alistair tapping away some heads from Heaven, and there's a big gap in the Annex smoke. Even though they have cleaned the site, it is favourable trades for Order.
Very, very crazy start to the map, and Alistair might be the one to swing it back in the favour of Order here, although it's already a numbers advantage for them, particularly with Blitz going down to Gyra. Poor old Sterling is going to have to stand and face the player in Annex, and that gives Alistair a free kill in the back.
Very nice. It's a good start for Order. Exactly what they're looking for. They're rolling on that CT side and make the most out of it because, we're expecting them to be totally fine on that T side. Especially if some of the individuals start to get a little bit warmed up, get in a bit of the mood, then if they're feeling confident and you have the economy behind you, you might be feeling like you want to go for a bit of a push, but that's exactly what Avant's doing, straight into ramp. Trying to hunt down Ricky, who's actually standing his ground.
Well, there's a reason for that. A double kill with the FAMAS. He's got the backup of Alistair as well. And that is way too good. We talk about the CT side being a bit problematic for both of these two teams, and there's no hint of that for Order.
Where did Avant go? Bit of a magic trick, just evaporated into thin air.
They're trying something avant-garde, Pilsky. It's called losing on the T side.
Oh, you think you're so funny with your big words.
Look, mate, I studied film. I know what avant-garde means.
Very cool.
I know. It's probably the only thing that was useful actually out of that degree.
That's not true. You had some good suggestions of how to imitate sponsor products and things of that nature. Good ideas for some camera angles to better capture your exceptional jawline.
Oh, sure, for sure. All right, well, either way, Avant going to be dealing with just the pistols in this round, so they'll try something a little bit tricky on outer. Haz is keeping Order interested by playing with the squeaky door.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that I can think of really is like a puppy playing with a squeaky toy. But I don't know, that's not really a compliment.
A puppy doesn't turn around and shoot you with a Tech 9, Pilsky, so there is one difference there.
But, I mean, old Tech 9. I reckon a puppy could operate that. It was so overpowered. Either way, though, Order survived with 3 players, so they're feeling pretty good. Good anti-force. Only lose 2 players to the pistols there across a couple of rounds. You've got a little bit of cash to fall back on. And this is where you're going to feel a little bit more confident about going for a more aggressive play in the first couple of gun rounds if you have the economy to fall back on. That's just unfortunate. You see absolutely nothing if you're Alistair. His inquisitive nature has got the best of him. Sterling's just holding that angle, and now you see it's utility. It's the wall of smokes across the left side.
Ooh, Gyro comes very close to losing his head there as well.
Yeah, I mean, he has to, really. When they're down in this 4-on-5 situation, Avant's holding all the cards. You've got to try and make something happen, Jordan.
Flash is getting thrown on into the A bomb site. Valiant's definitely under a bit of pressure there. Ricky going walkabout has been picked off by Blitz, who now controls Warehouse, and that's about the worst position that Order could have let him have. You can see the results of it. He still is down, and Avant backpedal away from the A bomb site. They're headed towards B. Not a whole lot that Order can do from here. They've just lost 3 picks in a row, and the round's over.
I mean, that was a bit reminiscent of some of those rounds we saw on Inferno, which gives me a little bit of worry, honestly, Jordan.
Yep.
Something else that I noticed, well, not really me, I won't take full credit, but God Observer MC was talking about when we like to have a bit of a yarn while the game's happening, if I'm on my break, and he was saying Order constantly lose guns towards the late round, exactly like it happened there. Gyro lost his weapon, and it really actually hamstrings their economy going forward. Happened a lot on Inferno, and there's another instance of it. You're looking at the cash on someone like Ustillo or Gyro. Holding on to that extra gun might be the difference between them getting good utility, maybe an extra AWP, something along those lines.
Very true.
Especially if you're not getting any exits going for plays like that. It's, there's really just only negatives across the board.
Well, only negatives for Order. Certainly a lot of positives for Avant out of that round. They take 5 guns through. They get their first on the board. They lower Order's economy. And they're off to a pretty decent start here, Avant. So keeping a bit of that momentum through from Inferno. Now, there might not end up being a reinvestment here from Order.
No, a little bit too broke to do so. No loss bonus. Built up this early on in the game. So they're just going to save around that single M4.
Good start for APOC. He's under a fair bit of pressure here. Dives up the ladder. Nice movement.
Oh.
That's sick from APOC. Ends up dying in the end to Valiance, but
It's
overall...
like styling on them. It's like doing a bit of a breakdance in the lobby or something there.
Yeah.
It's like one of those Street Fighter characters or something.
Choose your character. No harm done really for Avant here. Yeah, losing APOC, but he'll take losing 1 gun on the T side. He still is on a bit of an adventure now to try and maybe retrieve the weapon that was lost.
To be fair, when he saw that many of his dead friends, he probably should have just turned around and went the other way, but
Yeah.
ill-advised.
Might have
Often he
worked out
takes him
better.
out. Yeah. Great moves.
Love it.
Alright, well.
Double AWP.
It's a lot, yeah, double AWP. It's a lot of money for Avant, though.
It is. And not a lot for Order. So they've really thrown everything into this round. All the eggs in this basket. Gyro gives Sterling the opportunity. But the click is not quick enough.
Alistair's going straight through old Secret. But Haz actually picked Ricky, who had an AWP towards that ramp area. Alistair's going to trade one back going up Secret.
Avant do seem quite confident on this T side, though. You just look at how far Haz has been able to get into the B bomb site, how far Blitz has been able to get through Outer. They're not really afraid of Order at all at the moment.
Why would you be? You've had so much success all day on this T side. And it's all up to the individuals just making reads, finding gaps in the defense.
That's what APOC's doing right now. Haz has gone down.
Yeah, that's towards low up.
Timing here for Gyro is going to be quite critical. Molly forces him away, gives away his position as well because he takes a tick from it. Sterling's going to get the bomb plant down on A. So it's on to APOC and Sterling to win this 2-on-3. Alice's head has been spotted. And he's playing peekaboo. Surely that's never going to hit.
That's cheeky. Oh, you love to see it.
But he's kind of keeping APOC busy because he's watching Gyro at the moment. Valiant's also creeping in from Annex. Now APOC takes the challenge. Alistair falls as well. And, well, Gyro finally gives away his position, but it is straight into the headshot of APOC. And that's 3 apiece now for Avant. A critical round lost for Order. And I'd say Avant are going to be off to the races now on the T side.
Just the fact that they're not able to complete that 3-on-2 retake. And with how flat the last gun round looks, I'm getting concerned for Order here. It feels like, I know the score's 3 apiece, but they're being put on a save round here. And it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of fight back for Order. Just feels very flat, similar to some of the vibes I was getting on Inferno. And you know how I love the vibes, Jordan.
Oh, you're a big viber. I know that much. There's one thing I know about Pilski Casts on Twitter. It's that he is a viber. Alistair and Ustillo. Just the USBs in hand. Not much of a round here for Order, quite frankly. I'm surprised that Avant haven't managed to get the bomb down yet, to be honest.
Maybe they don't care about the bomb.
Maybe that's true.
Okay, maybe they do. Well, Order's looking through to the next round to go for yet another bye. Double Ort was definitely lackluster for them and has been lackluster, I feel like, for both teams for most of the night. Both teams on the CT side have had very limited success with the double AWPs. Another round where Avant keeps 5 alive.
Ooh, very cheeky from Ustillo. He almost gets Hazza.
They've got like 10 grand, man. They're just going to be able to buy and buy and buy on this T side.
And that's what Order's figuring out right now as well. A tactical timeout comes through.
It's just such a grim state of affairs, Jordan, if you're Order. Because you're so well aware, like, how many gun rounds do you have to win? Like four gun rounds or something like that in a row if you want to break that T economy. By that point, they've got loss bonus built up like crazy. You're all taking losses left and right. Maybe they take a single save with a handful of deagles and then they just buy again anyway. So it's like there's no easy rounds going forward here for Order.
Nope.
It's just a constantly on struggle street. And look, when they went up 3-0, they had their opportunity to establish a strong lead and avoid this situation, but that opportunity is well and truly come and gone. So they're going to have to do this on hard mode.
Ricky coupling a couple of bullets. Hazza is spotted. I think he's in trouble now. And Rampart again taken control of by Avant. Blitz is going to round the corner right into Alistair's crosshair though. That'll slow things down a little bit for Avant as they now have to make sure that they don't walk into Alistair's AWP on B. Smokes go down on Decon. The spam through, not quite connecting onto Sterling, but was pretty close. This is nice and steady from Avant though.
Yep, smoking off the main threats. Throwing some Molotovs into window room and getting that bomb down so that they can set up this post plant between Megaton. Gyro needs to try to clear out some of these Ts from Megaton. Good job so far, applying pressure while Order comes through windows, but Offnu's just cleaned out that whole arm of the push and it's all on Alistair and he's just going to get cleaned up by Sterling as well. Not even close. For every kill that Order gets, they lose 2 players.
Back into that same problem for Order. No money. Avant starting to run away with the half, and it just seems like Order don't have that magic.
There's no CT retake potential. It wasn't there on Inferno either. Every time they wanted to go for a retake, Avant just dealt with it pretty easily, it felt like. Even when they were at man advantages.
Gyro's gotten 1 with the 5-7, but that's not going to last too long. And Blitz not able to finish off Ustillo, so maybe there's something still in this one for the CT side of Order. Slowly whittling down their opponents. Ustillo gets the timing wrong though, and Hazza will get a free one. Which is going to prompt the push from Ricky.
Couple of rounds now that Avant's taken ramp room from Ricky. Definitely cannot afford to be a liability over in that part of the map.
Alistair gets himself another kill, 11 and 6 for him. So definitely standing head and shoulders above the rest on order.
Straight into another double AWP, I suppose.
Quicker play this time from Avant, and they're going to try and get the better of order that way. And it doesn't really seem like whichever way Avant operates on this T side.
As that round lasted 10 seconds, Jordan.
Good round's a quick round, that's my opinion.
If you're a Avant fan.
Getting a little bit hungry, looking for a sandwich.
What do you have on your sandwiches today?
Lettuce, cucumber, cheese, ham, mayonnaise.
Buttered
Butter.
bread?
Buttered bread.
Oh, you gotta have the buttered bread.
Both pieces of bread are buttered.
Bit of salt and pep.
Negative, sir.
No salt and pep.
The mayo is enough for me.
That's fair enough.
But I have run out of ham as of today, so I'm not sure what I will be eating for tomorrow.
Do you eat sandwiches every day?
Well, most days when I'm on a broadcast like this and I have to pack some food to bring. This is well, it could have been worse. Could have been worse.
Yep.
I was going to say it's going to be a bit rough for Order if they lose all those guns. Even losing one is not ideal, of course. They have enough money to buy into this round with those 2 guns saved.
Yeah, but if Ricky's not really getting anything done with an AWP or a rifle, I'm not keen watching him try to hold ramp room with the FAMAS.
7 in a row. Can't be complaining about that if you are an Avant fan.
Order, it's just a couple of players lagging behind the rest of them. And, you know, sure, we're only 10 rounds into this game. There's time for them to turn it around, but it's a question of if, right? Because Avant, it's a similar thing that we've seen on every T side against Order's CT side. Train, which Order won on their T side. Inferno, and now here on Nuke, it's the same thing. Avant has just been steamrolling on the T side every single time. And Order, you know, some of the players are having decent performances and being able to put up with it, but the majority are not. That has been a common trend every single map. So it needs to stop here, or Order's going to have to be relying on, again, another incredible comeback on their T side.
This
to
is
have
bold.
any chance.
Avant are just walking out up.
Yeah.
Smokes are there onto Heaven and to kind of obscure Order's vision of Outer. They've made it work again. Avant are just looking way too clean right now on the T side here. It's not even a contest. And every time someone pokes their head up, tries to take a challenge, it's chopped off.
Unless it's Alistair.
Unless it's Alistair. 12 and 6. Flash right in his face. He'll get the incendiary down, which keeps Avant at bay for the moment. But he's going to have to do something superhuman here to save the round for Order. And can't.
Yep. You'd need superpowers to see through a flash that good. And it's all on Ricky. Hasn't seen a single soul this round. Maybe it's for the best. Because the way Avant's playing right now...
He won't last long if he sees someone.
No.
Suppose Ricky really wants to upgrade this from us.
Go try and find that AWP near Annex, perhaps? No, he just walks back towards ramp room side. I guess he's heard some footsteps.
Won't get the chance yet. Might be able to get a kill, but not the gun. No time. Anyway, that's an 8th for Avant. Nice entry from Offnoon. Both of these actually very good entries. Haz is looking sharp as well.
Look, it kind of goes against everything that I think usually about, you know, how maps work and inherent side bias, but With the way that this series is going, I feel like if I'm Order, I'm just like, man, can we just try and get 5 rounds on CT or something like that, and then maybe T side we can give it a go. That's a good start for him though. A 2-man advantage. Usually that's in favour of Avant. This time around, not going to be the case.
Much better stuff. Offnu, however, is a man on a mission. He's looking to get some trades. He really doesn't want to let Ricky get out of here, but Ricky's managed to slink back away into the B-bomb site.
Ramproom in favour of Avant, as well as one player towards the back of lobby, but that's all about they've got going for them. Are going to make their way down Megaton in towards lowers, and Ricky doesn't actually have any support here.
Oh dear.
If he goes down quickly and Avant get themselves in good positions, never mind. Alistair rotating down smartly through Decon, trying to provide some support to him. He's burning alive.
How does he get out of there for the small time that he does? Oh, Alistair, good shot. Doesn't manage to follow up there with the third. It was actually the second that killed Offnu there. Hazard, surely not.
No, flanked out by Jara, who's also having a pretty decent game after a lackluster one. So starting to lift. Those are the kind of rounds that Order need. Just try to scrape a few away on the CT side. I know that they didn't have that many guns left.
Alive.
Look at this shot. That actually connects, by the way.
Yeah.
And then he hits that flick. Incredible.
Well, a better round for Avant, or rather for Order, that's for sure. Not so great for Avant. This time the aggression from Order, a little bit of something, finally.
Yes, this is what they need. This is what you want them to wake up. You want them to get into this series. Don't just roll over and let Avant run at them on the T side. Oh my god, Alistair. He's had enough, Jordan.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, like, even if Order wins the half out from here, it's still only 7 on the CT side.
Yeah, but, you know, their T sides have looked better than their CT. That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you, I don't think it's a nuke thing anymore, Jordan. I think it's just try to get the best you can out of your CT side if you Order, because it's clearly been fundamentally flawed today.
Sure.
But the T sides, that's a different story.
Could still be a costly round here. Blitz's head has been spotted by Ustillo though, and that'll be a free kill. Just Sterling, 40 seconds on the clock, does not possess control of the bomb. That's well and surely in Order's hands. So he'll offer himself down a smoke to try and work with. But there is a hole in it. Alistair just gets a bit of a peek. Here's the noise at the very least. The shot connecting from Ustillo will be
through the wall, no less.
For Order.
Through the wall and the smoke. Very nice. 2 more left to play. Order's got a bit of money in the back pocket, but not really enough to put together a super solid buy if they lose this round. It's back into the double orbs. Avant, plenty of cash. No economic issues whatsoever. Wall of smokes are going to be committed to. Bunch of players looking to make their way down into lower. That is a nice shot from Alistair. This man does not miss.
That's the kind of thing that we're looking for from Order. That's the kind of magic that they have really been lacking in this first half up to probably 2 rounds ago.
And here is where Ricky needs to stand tall for Order. He's the only player towards lowers here.
It's a solid line for him though with the AWP.
That's it.
You can't hope for much better than a collateral. That is certainly standing tall indeed.
Beautiful. It's exactly what you want to be seeing in that position from Ricky. He's had his troubles towards ramp room. But he's picking it back up right when Order need to claw a few critical rounds away towards the end of the half.
Doesn't look like APOC is going to be able to get too much done here, but maybe allowed a bomb plant. Depends how quick Ricky is to get back down on to the B site. Jara also rotating in from Megaton. Smoke's in there, so now APOC's taking a little bit too much time, but he'll try and get rid of a couple of these guns, see what he can do. Jumps up into the vent, but it's a massive crossfire. Not too much you can really get done there. 8-6.
5 alive. AK's retained as well.
Yeah,
Still on that double AWP. It's a good outcome there for Order.
Order's definitely salvaging things.
And if some of these key players are starting to frag up a little bit towards the end of the CT side, like Ricky, like Ustillo, maybe they roll into that T-pistol and get a 2 to 3k or something like that. That's the kind of thing that gets your confidence back again after a slow start to a game.
17-7 for Alistair. He again leads from the front. 1 round left in the half here. Could still be a 9-6. Avant have been left wanting a little bit lately. Have attack pause coming out. Wonder what we'll get from them in the final round of the half. Will it be a quicker play in toward A?
Looks like early wall of smoke on outside. Are actually going to use them. Some pressure, some spam through door. Oh, it's actually the heaven smokes rather, and the warehouse, but they're just going to dry cross. Just one flash over the top doesn't really blind anybody, and that's a 2-for-1 in favour of Order, who seem ready for that. Meanwhile, creeping outdoor, trying to hit this timing again. It's Apoc and Offnu.
Valiance, if he gets this wrong, that's the A side opened up, but very crisp shot from Valiance. Reminiscent of the shots that he was able to hit on Inferno. Looks like it'll be another round on the board for Order. 8-7. Who knows whether or not that is enough. The second half here is going to be an absolute belter between Avant and Order. Valiance should get one more here. In fact, he might be able to clean it up himself. Sterling trades down. Alistair is the Orpas going up against each other. Sterling waits and peeks with the Deagle.
Surely he can't. Oh, he's still lucky to get away with his life there.
Very lucky indeed, and now Sterling has not a whole lot of time to decide what he wants to do.
Gonna try and get a bit sneaky, see if he can catch anybody who's wrapped back through ramp towards ladder base, maybe in heaven. Oh, messes up the jump. It's not gonna matter. He's looking for Ricky, who would have rotated off ramp, but he went lobby side. So,
well, they've heard the drop now, so Order are 100% sure that the bomb plant is going down on A. That is why the grenade rings true past Sterling's head. He'll throw his own back, but doesn't connect onto Ustillo or Ricky. Now hiding in the smoke. And how high of percentage play is this one, I wonder? Order aren't giving him anything. They're just going to wait for that smoke to fade, wait for the aggression from Sterling, and it ends up being another round in a row for Order. So a very good comeback in the first half here. 8-7 is the scoreline, as even as it can be heading into the halftime break, and that's exactly where we're going. But second half here between Order and Avant is going to be a good one.
Make it ooze with the unthinkable. Don't stop till you come first. Life too unpredictable. Take control of what you're worth. Wasting time's forgivable, but nobody wants to grow. It's time for the original to come and break, 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 to come and break. Take a right, don't hold back. Get yourself back on track. Keep on moving, don't stop.
Here we go into the final half between Avant and Order, and this one is shaping up nicely. 8-7 is the scoreline. The odds having shifted heavily back in the way of Avant, but who's to say Order can't make a comeback on the T side of Nuke? Their T sides have been pretty good so far today.
Oh, 5 sets of armor, and they're just going to brawl straight out ramp, right into Blitz, and take out APOC as well on the elbow. And Avant trying to navigate a 3-on-5. Sterling can't do anything with 5 players running at him. There's not even a single bit of offense being put off from Avant.
Yeah, Valiant's just, I was going to say, liable to finish Offnu off here. 1-on-5 for Offnu. It's started off okay, but now that his position is known, I dare say Order are going to look to try and finish him off pretty quickly. Bomb plant goes down. Offnu goes down. 8 apiece. Order win the pistol on the T side, and we're right back to square one. We're right back to that exact same situation that we've seen so many times in this matchup, where the T side wins the pistol. CT side economy is absolutely cooked.
Yeah, but here's where they're going to force buy up. And Avant win these a reasonable amount of the time. Not too bad of a shout to go for a force buy on CT side of Nuke. Plenty of choke points and closed angles where you can get away with the pistols. Sneaky positions. One way to deal with those kind of close angles, though, is just to go to the widest part of the map, towards outer.
He did this a lot on Inferno. He was the sole player that sort of ran in towards the B bomb site again.
He's just money manning it, looking for info, seeing if he can find any players, and as soon as he's relayed the information over to Order, I mean, especially as he's the RGL, just tell the rest of the boys to come join up with him.
He's still left on outer, waiting for a rotation maybe from Avant. APOC is on the B bomb site, so is Offnu. So it's that dynamic duo that we talked about on the CT side of Inferno that have found themselves down here on B. Interesting to see how this one ends up panning out. If APOC actually does hit an opener. Alistair's waiting with a Galil though, and will shut down any thoughts of that. Pretty quick smart. Order are being very methodical, very slow in this anti-eco. Much different to what we saw in the pistol round. They're running around like a bull at a gate.
Taking full control of our lowers now. Ricky, unfortunately, I feel like as a side effect of how long he's just been sitting with lobby with nothing happening, loses his focus for a second and gets his head snapped off.
Happens. It's a Galil that's dropped over to Blitz. So not an amazing prize for Avant, and not a major loss for Order. Order's going to give themselves the advantage. It's been a while since we saw Order win a series against Avant. That wasn't a best of one.
And this would be the way to do it. I mean, one of the narratives that we had in some of the previous seasons of ANZ Champs, back when we were able to run the actual lands, is the fact that Order might be, especially with all the veterans that they have, pinned as the team who might play a little bit better under pressure. And this is the pressure match. This is the difference between a couple grand and a hell of a lot more Pro Tour points, and another shot at Renegades, who
definitely.
Both of these teams have definitely had a shot at had their different turns at testing them. Avant taking a map the other day and front running in one of the other maps, and Order almost beating them in Road to Rio. They've both shown that they're capable of taking it to them. So I'd say that both of them really want the opportunity to try to go for it again.
Gyra, he once again just runs down Secret. Oh!
That's one way to do it.
Blitz won't be too happy about that.
Yeah, look, Galil's such a garbage weapon that maybe it's fine if it's only the Deagler's alive. Might have a better chance of actually hitting some heads and getting some kills, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it in this round.
Apox managed to grab himself one, and Offnu comes in on an angle that Gyro wasn't watching. So a couple of guns go down here for Order, but again, nothing too concerning because they'll just run straight up into the A bomb site. Bomb plan's going to go down, as long as they can take the AK through in Valiance's hands. Maybe that Galil as well. I think Order will be pretty happy with how the round has panned out and how the previous few rounds have panned out then in that case, right? They go up 10-8 on T side of Nuke. I'd say like almost 80 to 85% of their rounds have come on the T side so far in this series. So I almost feel like this is Order's game to lose again. I don't know, maybe that's a little bit too early to call, right? We have to see the first gun round from Avant, I guess, before we sort of make statements like that.
Yeah. I mean, actually interesting that Jar actually saw his feet through the side of the smoke there, potentially.
Yeah, I think so.
But, essentially we've been conditioned to think this way over the course of this series, really.
It's like, you know, when you're playing a CT side, right? And the Ts keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. You're like, surely they're going to go A again. They've hit A 14 rounds in a row, and bam, they're over towards B. Now we're being conditioned to think about the meta, I guess, of this series.
T sides have been stronger.
Avant
It's a
could throw
fact.
curveball. I would like to count the T sides.
MC's been doing it. I don't know if he's kept count.
I'm going to do the math. Maths on stream, never a good idea, but since
If you're not commentating and you just let me solo cast, then maybe you have a chance of doing it.
Absolute math god, I'm sure I'll be able to.
Quick one straight out of door though. It's Valiant's just to drop into the vent. Not sure he actually made it down though, and he's almost lost his life. Finally makes it down with 19 HP. So, especially with no Avant players in lower at this point, except for Apoc, who's now well and truly spotted that that door has been busted open. Actually very ballsy. All of Order just walked straight through that door smoke and exploded into this lower bomb site, and Valiance goes down, but he is traded back. So now Order full control on lowers, starting to take some duels with Avant, who are trying to scramble to get into position.
Alice is creeping out on A as well, and Hazard's kind of just waiting here. So this should be a free kill for Hazard. But Gyra's still down on the B bomb site, which is where the bomb plan has happened. And he's got himself a 1-on-2. Opens the doors. So that does potentially give away his position. Up now into control room. It'll be a rough one for Gyra. Bomb plan's out so far in the open, though. And Sterling just has to run through. Hazard dives away behind the smoke. He's got another one to play with. Can't smoke off the control window. And Gyra just has to now spam through. He's not even firing, Pilski.
Don't know if he had many bullets left there in the clip. And almost completing a 1v2 against two of his ex-teammates. But Hazard's got the goods this time and keeps Avant in contention. I say that because obviously the CT side's been a little weaker, but not only that, you're looking at Order's money after getting off to a real good start in this half. They're going to have no problems reinvesting here, whereas Avant, if they lose this round, they are very broke. Aggression from Offnu coming up behind the majority of these Ts, but unfortunately it's with a Famis. We all know how that goes. Only a 1-for-1.
Some of the smoke down for Blitz, and that slows things for Order a little bit. Ricky's fallen on the other side of the map. While things slow down a little bit, I did the maths, Pilski. 53 rounds on the T side, 21 on the CT side, so not quite as one-sided as we thought.
What do you mean? That's really one-sided.
I mean, it is very one-sided.
That's crazy. That is insane.
It's not as one-sided, though. It's only 61%.
What did you expect? Like single digits? 20 rounds on the T side compared to like 50.
50 on the T side versus 21 on the CT side, yes.
That's crazy.
I said 80, 85%. It's actually 61% on the T side.
Yes.
Versus,
but that's more than double still.
It's pretty crazy.
Order trying to turn around this 2-on-4, and they're doing a great job of it. Now into a 2-on-2 where the CTs are very split up. Hazard's just trying to hide in the corner. CT vent walks up behind the smoke here. Apoc creeping up the ladder into heaven, and it is a very good move at this point in the round because it looks like Order's got no time but to go for this upper bomb site.
Wouldn't be surprised to hit that entry from Valiant. It's actually Gyra, the second man in, that's going to get it done, and he gets the kill onto Hazard as well. 11-9. That is a costly round to lose for Avant.
Oh, man. Was that all 4 from Gyra? I think it was. It was at least 3.
I'll tell you what it is. It's another round on the board for T-side scoreline. So might as well make that 54-21.
It's not only just that, though. That was a big round for Avant to lose in terms of the mentality. You know you're up 4-2. That was your round for the taking to even up the scoreline and to potentially single reset Order and avoid eco yourselves. You've thrown that opportunity away. Now you're broke and have to give Order a 12th round if you can't win with pistols. That's really got to affect the mentality of Avant.
They are an experienced squad. So tilt factor shouldn't necessarily be something that affects them too much. If you're going to play at the top level of competition, I think it's not something that can really be an excuse anymore.
Wishful thinking, Jordan. If Glaive can slam desks, then anyone could get tilted. That's all I'm saying.
Slamming desks is fine, but it's when it comes into the game and affects the gameplay. That's the difference. And I think Avant generally are a team that's pretty good at playing from behind.
Oh, they'll have to be.
And they were down 7-1 on Inferno. Came back into that one pretty okay. This is a different story, though. Let's be real.
A lot more pressure on this game.
Indeed.
It's for all the marbles. The whole point and the whole reason behind both of these squads' creation, I would say, is you want to be able to try to take that number 2 spot and have a go at beating Renegades, and that's what this game really is. One of these teams misses out on the opportunity and the chance to, I guess, kind of do what they were created for, right?
Fulfill their destiny. Would have been
I
the
didn't
better
want
way
to
of
say
saying
it. I did not want to say it, Jordan. That's way too cringe.
Oh, well, you're a bit of a cringe guy. I wonder if Apot can channel his inner Ustillo.
Oh, no.
Valiant helps out a little bit there, and actually, that's gone about as well for Avant as you could have hoped it would. Apot should be a free kill for Gyro, though, who certainly has been salvaging things. Ustillo! What's he looking at? Certainly not what's behind the vent. 9 seconds, has to get down onto the B bomb site. Bomb plant is necessary until it's not.
Oh, that was so tense.
Calm down.
Wasn't it only? It was only in the game the other day where APOC was on the lower bomb site with just a pistol and won the round for Avant on this exact map. I'm sure of it, because Kevin wouldn't shut up about it. He almost does it again. There you go, Kevin. There's more material for your desk segment. You're welcome. Either way, though, that's expensive for Order. Still a little bit of money left in the back pocket.
Oof, the game of the smokes here. Gyra and Offnoop.
Oh, it's disgusting, isn't it?
It's going to favour Gyra this time. Crouched down, hiding in the smoke, and Valiant gets an entry on the A bomb site. Might have had a chance for another one there as well, but the shots do go awry onto Sterling. Either way, Gyra has been an absolute menace here.
No kidding.
When you talk about the inconsistency of Order, and I think this is another example of it, right? It's like, well, today here on Nuke, Gyra is firing, and it's working well for Order.
Inconsistency doesn't necessarily mean bad.
No, that's my point. It's like, sometimes you don't frag, sometimes you do frag, and when you do, you have to take advantage of it. And that's what Order's doing right now. On the hunt, looking for a couple more of these guns to take out of Order's hands, but not going to get too much more of an opportunity there. Either way, this is 13 on the board for Order, and they're now striking distance away.
Yeah, they're on a little bit of a tear. They have been dropping guns right and left, though. In that last round, they lose 3 guns in this one. As long as they're continuing the streak of rounds, continuing this T-side dominance that we've seen in this series. I'd say Order are going to be feeling pretty comfortable with a 13-9 lead. As for Avant, it's good to see them hold on to these last two guns rather than throwing them away in the late round, as they can just purchase these pistols and armors and have a fair crack at winning a round like this anyway.
Gyro's making a bit of noise, and that is dangerous knowing the position of APOC right now, but it's all a game of timing. Gyro gets the kill on the APOC before Sterling can save him. It literally is a game of timing. Half a second earlier there for Sterling, and APOC lives.
It's a 1-for-1. And Order charge straight out ramp room. With this ramp control, do you commit to lowers? Do you try to wrap through heaven, go back to lobby and pinch upper? Looks like it is going to be straight up towards ladder base. I don't think Haz is even ready for this.
No, Ofnu though might have spotted a bit of the info and comms that over. Hazza now ready with a 5-7 in hand and a close angle to play with. Can there be some magic for Avant? No! It's Hazza that's shut down too, and he's eventually finished off by Ustillo, but hey, 2-on-1.
What a round from Hazza.
Not so easy.
That's actually incredible. Just the way that he is raw adjusting on a vertical angle while using his movement keys. That is not easy. That is literally thousands of hours of work being put into mechanics, all culminating in doing that much damage in a round like that.
Keeps Avant in the discussion, doesn't it? Order's running out of their tactical timeouts now as well. This is their last one. So if the going really gets tough, you know, if Avant for some reason gets 4 in a row here, it goes to 14-13, Order cannot call a tactical pause anymore.
Yeah,
they used so many in that first half.
Here's the thing though. All of those guns that Order were dropping in these previous rounds means that they have to take a save here rather than having a stable enough economy to go for a buy. No, they're actually going to force up into the Galils, which is interesting.
Gyro's got 6k.
I mean, down to the Galils, down to the Tech 9s, but it's not AKs and AWPs. That is just incredible with the 5-7, by the way. That's nuts. Either way, though, this is a more lackluster buy than Order would have had if they'd been more responsible with their economy, and that gives Avant an in here. A potential advantage in a gun round like this, if they do win it, can put Order on that save that they're looking for and allow Avant to actually close this round gap. Order throwing utility towards outer. It's a 1-4. The majority of the players towards this squeaky door, waiting for the right moment to bust out. Just biding their time.
Now is the time, it seems, but maybe it's not the perfect time. Blitz and Hazza, alongside Sterling, are having an easy time of farming up that attack onto the A-bomb site. Nothing really worth getting exciting about there for Order. 3 kills for Sterling, though.
It's a very one-dimensional kind of play, and particularly if you're, you know, a little bit indecisive after a smoke comes down onto the door, you're second-guessing yourself. Makes the play not look great at all. Getting wiped, trying to sprint out the door. And that's 5 alive for Avant. That's going to build their economy up. Which means, I mean, earlier on I was saying, man, Order's got so much money. They're off to such a good start. It's going to be so hard for Avant. It's literally flip the script now.
Well, yes. But Order have time. That's the benefit that they've got. They've got 2 rounds here to play with to build the economy back up.
This is delivering.
Definitely much better than the upper bracket match we saw, which was Avant's 2-0. Order have been putting in a lot of work in the last week. They've come prepared for the match here against Avant, but I wonder if they do drop it at the 11th hour, giving someone like Sterling the time to kind of get into this game, to kind of feel his way into that AWP again. 5 kills in the last 2 rounds for Sterling. Kind of bad news, and that's why, you know, he starts to hit shots like that.
They haven't even hit the ground yet. Order staring down another buy round where they can't have access to the full utility. May pigeonhole what kind of a strat you want to be going for a little bit more.
huge round coming up here in number 26. Money's good for Avant, so if they do lose it, they've got more to play with. But it just sets Order that extra little bit ahead, gives them that extra little bit of a leeway.
A lot of pressure on Lobby. Ricky is actually going to open up the accounting. Pick onto Hazard in towards upper. The re-aggress from Blitz does bear fruit though, and Sterling going to be getting even more aggressive towards door. They know that these smokes have been thrown from outside.
This is a great spot for Sterling to be playing in the way that he's been hitting shots. You back him to get one, if not two. Gyra's down early. Valiance somehow survives. I don't know how Sterling has missed that second shot, but it's given a chance over to Order. Blitz almost very nearly takes it away because Alistair and Ustillo lined up.
APOC and Ofnu, very good experienced players in the mid-round though, are exactly who you want alive for Avant in a situation like this to play off of each other.
Alistair goes down early as well. It's onto Ustillo. 1-on-2. Ofnu. He does land that final shot. I thought maybe Ustillo gets back around to safety. But no. Order will allow Avant up to 13-13. And things are now really starting to get interesting.
It's an expensive round for Avant, but you're looking at the Order economy in a round like this and you're saying if they have a clean anti-eco here, then all of the damage done by Order in that last round isn't going to matter as much. But even now, their money is just so good. It's going to be so hard for Order to come back into this game. It's just going to have to be straight gun rounds from here on out. They get straight down lower. APOC has rotated in onto the site. He's going to hear these footsteps and call for assistance.
Yeah, he's got the info. So Ofnu comes and joins. This will be a good solid hold, one would say, but Ofnu kind of gets overwhelmed. Still, APOC in a good spot to just dance around and try and find some one-on-ones. Has to pull the USP out, but the USP is good enough against the head armorless Ustillo. And so Gyra finds himself on his own, and in reality, any damage that he does here is probably not going to matter too much.
Bought himself some armor, but he doesn't have an upgraded pistol. Interesting. Curious as to whether that's a bit of a misbuy or not. I think the last person that you want lacking utility in a critical gun round is the in-game leader. But he's going to have 4.9, enough loss bonus for it not to really matter anyway. Alright. Avant, enough money to really buy out almost the rest of the half. Maybe lack one extra gun, or someone will have to go down to a FAMAS or an MP9 if they lose two in a row, but that's about it.
Bit of a change up here from Order. They're going to go quickly into A. In fact, no, it's a vent drop for Gyra. So the result is the same for Gyra. He's down into B. Alistair's got that pick onto Sterling as well, which is quite big. APOC has managed to get the info, has spotted out Gyra, who just backs away. More interested in surviving and keeping that map control. Ofnu now lurks his way into elbow, into their connector. Gyra does fall to APOC, so it's that push and pull of this game right now. Back to a 4-on-4.
Order trying to establish control off lower. A bit of a misthrown smoke there is going to make them feel a little less comfortable as Avant go dropping down the vent. Multiple players walking towards window side as Ricky clears out Blitz in lobby. Order, they're stuck on the bomb site.
They're just milling around, aren't they? They're trying to look for any position that they can get to, but the one linchpin, the one X factor here is Ricky. If he gets the timing right, which he hasn't, Ofnu's going to go and grab that kill from Megaton. He'll start to rotate now into the B site, but time is of the essence. Hazard looks to clear at Alistair, which he will be able to do, and they know where Ustillo is. Ustillo gets a double, but it does not matter. Avant are going to go to match point, and Order just can't hold on long enough.
That's the problem with that lower bomb site sometimes. If you don't have control of windows or decon, it's so hard to hold off the retake from the CTs if they have control of those critical areas. Some of the spots on that bomb site, just especially in the 4-on-4s, the 3-on-3 retakes, maybe it's enough in a 2-on-2 to have that one player up on the catwalk and one in dark or something like that. But in the higher numbers, there's just so many angles you have to deal with. And there's only a few spots for the CTs to clear. Regardless, Order, it's fast wall of smokes on outside. They're going to cross straight into Secret. Surely Offnu can hear these footsteps. Maybe masked by the flashbang, but Sterling's in position.
You got to back Sterling in a spot like this. There goes the first. A peek as well onto the second. It's Alistair down. And Sterling now has the opportunity to win the map for Avant, but does not hold on to it.
Back into a 3-on-3. Ricky's found a great timing to creep out of Heart. Makes best of Offnu for last round when Offnu got the better timing.
Does he expect Hazard though on the off angle? No. Alex better of it. Goes straight back into lobby.
In order with this man advantage, just going to pump the brakes. Wait for the mistake to come out from Avant.
It's big. That's big from Hazard. Puts it back to the 2-on-2. Even numbers at least.
Both of the two teams staying very close together with the last remaining member of their team trying to trade down the numbers. What a time for a swing to close the map. A bit of an anticlimactic ending, but that's Avant taking it home. We'll be back right after this break with our analysis segment.
Flashbang's affected. They have got through the smoke wall here, but Chris J, he is the final boss of the bomb site.
Now Spitty and Chris J to keep Mousesports alive. Oh, Chris! He's found 3. It's down to a 2-on-2. Chris, can he close this with an ace? Oh my God!
Can they actually close this out? Boom, Chris. Fantastic way to start, and no scopes on him himself. Absolutely saving Mousesports.
Hey, it's me, Lily from AT&T. I'm back working from home and here to help.
Hey Lily, I'm hearing a lot about 5G. Should I be getting excited?
Depends. Are you gonna want faster speeds?
I will.
More reliability?
Oh, also yes.
Better response times?
Definitely.
Are you gonna be making sourdough bread?
Oh, is that 5G related?
No, it's just like, why is everyone making sourdough now? But yes, you're gonna want 5G.
AT&T is building 5G on America's best network. Visit att.com to learn more.
Wasting time in God eternity. This is my time for
Hey! Stop!
going in.
미안해서 어쩌나?
He's a gangster, yeah. He's a gangster, yeah. He's a gangster, yeah. He's a gangster, yeah. He sold his soul, it wasn't cheap. He's spending on a one-way street. More, 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 money is the game, power is the aim. City's gonna pay when they got nothing to lose. He's got nothing to lose.
Back-to-back victories for Avant, not only in maps, Inferno and Nuke going their way, but in series against Order as they won in the upper bracket. They also win now here in the lower bracket final, which is going to be what has pushed Avant through to a rematch against Renegades in the grand final tomorrow. A fantastic result for Avant, of course, and for Order, a much better fought series here against Avant in the lower bracket final, but unfortunately still not enough. Karath is going to be rejoining us here again on the desk. So, Kev, obviously you had a bit of a break and you've been watching that game back. Looks like your prediction's wrong, buddy. Avant ends up coming away with the victory, but it was a very close thing in the end there.
Look, I'll put it this way. Remember what I said before map number 1 started? I said I cursed Order, so sorry,
You really
Order management. Look, all I'm saying is at the moment, if any team is going into a critical series and wants the other team to lose, I'm fairly certain you just tell Karath what side to predict, and I think it's like a bad voodoo doll. Just stick it in. It's unfortunate. I think Order just lost that pretty much on that. I know this is a meme at this stage between us and the boys, but the round that has actually picked up with a 5-7, and the previous rounds where Avant were able to do so much damage with the pistols, those were the rounds that really won it for Nuke, like for Avant.
Yeah, absolutely. Have to agree with you. There's a few critical rounds there for Avant, and it kind of felt like they had to win multiple critical rounds over the course of the last 5 or 6 rounds of the map, but they were able to get them all